Imagine you just graduated from college, and you are pursuing your passions and dreams into grad school. Your fiancé just proposed, and you're picking out your wedding dress, preparing for your beautiful spring wedding. But during the Christmas holiday, tragedy strikes, and all of those dreams are suspended in time, becoming mere memories for all the people left behind. Today, I'm going to be talking about a very heartbreaking case, and I want to get serious fast. A girl that's dreamed of meeting her Prince Charming one day, having a beautiful wedding and kids, and the charming home and successful career. It's a big dream, a dream that was coming true for one Tennessee woman, but a dream that ended in a nightmare. I'm introducing you Johnia Hope Berry. It's spelled J-O-8-N-I-A. Johnia Hope Berry was born in Bristol, Tennessee on August 26, 1983. Bristol is located in Sullivan County. The population is about 30,000 people. Wikipedia is where it's at sometimes. And I got this information about this area that I thought was so interesting. The city is located near the state line between Tennessee and Virginia, and it's connected to its twin city of Bristol, Virginia. State Street serves as the border between these two cities. One thing that came up every time I was searching for Bristol, Tennessee, was the fact that it is known as the birthplace of country music. Every article I read said, believe it or not, even though you thought the birthplace of country was in Nashville, it's not. The first commercial recording was made in Bristol, and one of the first musical groups in Bristol to record country music was the Carter family in 1927. So we are going back. June Carter, the future wife of legendary musician Johnny Cash, was one of them. NASCAR's a big thing there. But whether you like it or not, Bristol has one of NASCAR's loudest tracks. It's called the Bristol Motor Speedway. It's a very short track, it's less than a mile long, but it's famous because it has this extreme slope and the stadium is Roman-inspired, so it gives the appearance of a coliseum, and that's why they call it the last great coliseum. Johnia had two biological brothers, Tim and Kelly Burke, from her mother's previous marriage. But when she was 7 years old, her mother, Joan, remarried to a man named Michael Berry. Joan ended up giving Johnia Michael's last name, Berry, and she used it from that day forward. As a young girl, Johnia went to Holston View Elementary School and Vance Middle School. Johnia was a cheerleader for Bristol, Tennessee High School, from which she was a proud graduate. After graduating high school in 2001, Johnia enrolled at Eastern Tennessee State University, which was about a half hour away from Bristol, in Johnson City. At Eastern Tennessee State University, or ETSU, she studied psychology and criminology. There was no shortage of activities for Johnia to do while she attended ETSU. There are these beautiful historic gardens on top of Roan Mountain on the Appalachian Trail, and they're only 30 minutes from the college. There was a lake nearby where you could go water skiing and boating, and then, just 1 hour east, is Mount Rogers National Recreation Center, and 1 hour west is the Great Smoky Mountains. Johnson City hosts a variety of festivals throughout the year, such as the Blue Plum Festival and the Rhythms and Roots Reunion. But one of her favorite things to do was dedicate her time to children. Johnia worked as a student assistant for 3.5 years at the Child Study Center, an early childhood learning program operated by ETSU. While Johnia enjoyed her time at college, her parents' favorite part was when their daughter came home to visit. They had since moved to Atlanta, Georgia, and every time Johnia arrived home, she would throw open the door and yell, "I'm home." Joan Berry was so happy every single time she heard her daughter's voice announcing that she was back for the weekend. As far as Joan was concerned, it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Someone else thought something about Johnia was beautiful. Fellow university student Jason White. The two met in 2001 while taking classes in similar subject matter, and they were inseparable. They were more than just dating. They were completely smitten with one another. Jason planned on going to law school, and he and Johnia dated throughout their entire time attending ETSU. By the time they were set to graduate, Johnia decided to follow in Jason's footsteps and go into a legal career. They both planned on attending Thomas Cooley Law School in Michigan. Johnia was brilliant. She was graduating with 2 degrees from ETSU in the summer of 2004 after only 3.5 years of school. She expected to walk the stage as magna cum laude and receive her diploma in the winter on December 18th, 2004. The previous winter, Jason had proposed for the first time. Yes, he proposed more than once. They were the type of couple that made other people cringe because they were that romantic. It wasn't uncommon for Johnia to joke with Jason that some time had passed, and he should propose again because it had been a couple of months. The last time Jason got down on one knee was in August. The two of them went to the Mendota River, and on the way there, they had to cross a swinging bridge. To Johnia's surprise, Jason got down on one knee yet again, ring in hand, her engagement ring that she had purposely left behind so she wouldn't lose it. They were inseparable and had a lot to look forward to, but most of all, they just wanted to spend time together in grad school. Upon graduating from ETSU, Johnia became one of the youngest people to ever be accepted into Thomas Cooley Law School. Wow, that's something to really be proud of. The couple moved to Michigan that summer in anticipation of the fall semester. However, while in her first few months of classes, Johnia realized it was not the right choice. At one point she called her father to vent, and I know that exact same feeling. She told him that she could not see herself as a lawyer because they seemed like they spent their entire days reading documents. She wasn't wrong. I shared the same viewpoint. Since Johnia had always been passionate about children, she decided to pursue a career in something that she was genuinely passionate about. Because of her change of heart, Johnia moved back to Tennessee, Knoxville to be exact, where she intended to pursue a master's degree in child psychology. She had been accepted for graduate studies at the University of Tennessee and planned to enroll in the spring of 2005. This is also when she planned to get married, in April of that very same semester. She wanted a beautiful spring wedding and had already picked out her wedding dress. She already had it. She was ready to go. Joan and Mike Barry had no doubt that Johnia had made the right decision. They were happy that she was moving back home to Tennessee, and despite her age, only 21, Johnia was mature, she was level-headed, and her parents trusted her. I can imagine why someone like Jason would be attracted to Johnia. Not only was she gorgeous, gorgeous, she was also smart, generous, charismatic, and made friends easily. Every time I read something about Johnia, it was positive, how she was just so special. She was the type of person that people were automatically drawn to. But she was drawn to Jason White. Though they were long distance, they loved each other, and they knew the time apart would be worth the wait. Not a day went by that the couple didn't speak to each other on the phone. They would even fall asleep talking to one another because Johnia really liked that. Upon moving back to Tennessee in 2004, at 21 years old, she was living with another Jason, a close friend whom she attended ETSU with. He was one of her friend Stephanie Keene's boyfriends. His name was Jason Ammon. He was 23 years old, and he had offered up an extra bedroom in his apartment to her until she could get fully established back in Knoxville. Yes, she was rooming with a guy, but they were merely friends. Johnia even made sure that she was comfortable living with him before she fully committed to moving in. Her mom even came out to spend some time at the apartment and get to know Jason. The apartment they shared was in a complex called Brandon Park in Knoxville, Tennessee. I looked at it on a map like I always do, and it's a really happening area. Now I'm not sure it looked exactly the same way back in 2004, but this is not a small town. The mall is only about a 5-minute drive, and it's a built-up area. It has popular chains like Home Depot, FedEx, Costco, and Walmart, among other fun places like golf courses, movie theaters, and lots of places to eat. Johnia was already working 2 jobs. One, because as I mentioned, she was saving so she could move out on her own. She only planned to be at Jason's for a couple more months until she could get her own place, but also because the holidays were coming up and she wanted some extra spending money. She was primarily working at a teen center at Peninsula Hospital, but as 2004 came to a close, she had just recently started working part-time at Sales Jewelry Store in the mall. It's always a busy time during the holidays, and it's nice to have a little extra spending money for presents and for fun. The West Town Mall is exactly what comes to mind when you think of a typical mall. a big food court and stores like Dillard's, Sears, and Belk. Johnia liked to socialize, and she liked to have fun with friends. She didn't have that many in the immediate area, but she did spend time with her co-workers. On Sunday, December 5th, 2004, it was one of those evenings when work was ending, and Johnia had wanted to hang out for a bit. It wasn't the best night to go out though, because it was cold and rainy, so her co-workers decided they'd rather call it a night. But they did walk out to their cars together after their shift, saying goodbye and driving safely. Johnia ended work around 6, so she probably got to her car between 6 and 7 o'clock. She got into her Chrysler Sebring convertible and drove off to do some Christmas shopping. Her first stop was Walgreens. Johnia called her mom while she was there, and she told her she was going to pick up a few more Christmas gifts and then head home to wrap them. She was planning on having a quiet night in. By 10 o'clock that night, Johnia was doing just that, wrapping gifts for the children at ETSU. She was thoughtful and caring, spending her hard-earned money to make these kids smile. Her roommate, Jason Ammon, came through the door around the time she was wrapping the gifts. They sat and talked for a little bit, and then Johnia decided it was time to get ready for bed while talking to her fiancé, Jason White, like she routinely did. Their call ended around 11 p.m. Only a few hours later, during the early morning hours of December 6th, 2004, around 4 a.m., a man covered in blood ran into a convenience store and asked for a phone to call 911. Seeing this bloody person running into the store, the employee behind the counter quickly did as the man asked. He called 911 and told the dispatcher that a man had just come through the door shirtless, and it looked like he had a lot of blood on him, like he'd been in a fight. He then handed the phone to the man. The man was Jason Ammon, Johnia's roommate. He told the 911 operator that he and his roommate, Johnia Berry, were sleeping when someone broke into their apartment and attacked them, someone with a knife. He said he felt someone stab him right in the chest, and then they hit him in the face. The first thing he did was get up and run, but during the commotion he heard Johnia screaming from her bedroom. She was screaming loudly, but he said he didn't have time to help her. He had to get out of there. When he saw a chance to escape, he fled the apartment, leaving Johnia behind. Police and paramedics were dispatched around 4:30 a.m. to 4:04, Ardora Road and the gas station where Jason had made the call. The EMTs assessed Jason's injuries immediately. He had definitely been stabbed, but most of his wounds appeared to be superficial. He had one stab wound to the chest, one to the arm, and one more significant injury to his right hand on his ring finger. This finger wound could have been from either offensive or defensive actions. It wasn't clear whether he had been wielding the knife or blocking it. None of his injuries were life-threatening, but he was rushed to the University of Tennessee Medical Center for treatment. The Brandon Park apartments, where Jason and Johnia lived, are located right off a road called 10 Mile Road. It's a fairly built-up area with a neighboring complex called The Element, though it's unclear if that was there in 2004. As you come down the driveway, you can see the first set of apartments on the right, in Building 404. The Brandon Park apartments, where Jason and Johnia lived, are located right off a road called 10 Mile Road. It's a fairly built-up area with a neighboring complex called The Element, though it's unclear if that was there in 2004. As you come down the driveway, you can see the first set of apartments on the right, in Building 404. There's a small flight of stairs outside the building that leads up to a glass door, which opens into the complex. From there, another flight of stairs takes you up to the second floor, as well as to the first floor apartments. Jason and Johnia's apartment was located on the second floor to the right. The communal glass door at the front didn't have a lock, so anyone could come inside and access the apartment doors. When the responding officers arrived at the apartment, they discovered a crime scene unlike any they had ever encountered before. Before they could even make their way upstairs into Johnia's apartment, they found something horrific at the bottom of the stairs: Johnia's bloody body lying face down. She was still alive, but barely. Johnia was struggling to breathe and fighting for her life. It was clear she had suffered numerous injuries. The officers asked Johnia if the assailant was still inside the apartment, but she couldn't speak. Poor Johnia was too weak to respond. However, a couple of the officers thought they saw her faintly nodding yes. They proceeded cautiously, not knowing if the suspect was still inside the building. They drew their weapons and entered the dark apartment, using hand signals to communicate silently in case the attacker was still there. Upon entering Johnia's room, the officers noticed signs of a violent struggle. There were red stains, presumably blood, all over the room. One of the responding officers later said that the crime scene at Brandon Park Apartments was the most horrific thing she had ever seen. The amount of blood in the bedroom was traumatizing and unforgettable. Once they were able to turn on the lights, they realized the bedroom wasn't the only room that was bloody. There was almost a trail throughout the entire apartment. Walls, floors, furniture, it all had droplets or smears of blood. While the apartment was being searched, EMTs were talking to Johnia and holding her hand until she was fully transported to the back of the ambulance. They didn't want her to be alone. They didn't want her to think she was alone. She was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, 200 miles away in Atlanta. John, his parents, Mike and Joan, were woken up early that morning on December 6th at 5 a.m. by a phone call on Joan's cell phone. When she answered, the person on the other end asked for her husband Michael, so she, half awake, handed the phone to him. It was someone calling from the University of Tennessee Trauma Center, and they were informing him that his daughter Johnia had been a victim of a crime, and they needed to get there as soon as possible to identify her, as she may not survive her injuries. Joan could hear this, and she was in total disbelief of what she was hearing. She fell to her knees, cried, and prayed because she didn't want to believe this was happening. It was also a 4-hour drive to get from where they were to the hospital that Johnia was in. Astonished by what she had just heard and not wanting to believe that it was true, Joan called her 2 sons, Tim and Kelly, because they were closer to Knoxville, and she told them, "Please get to the hospital as fast as you possibly can," because she needed to know if it was really their sister. Joan described that drive as the longest ride of her life. She prayed the entire time. She just kept repeating, "God, please don't let it be Johnia," and it rained the entire way there, as if the sky was opening up and crying with her. On that drive to Knoxville, John and his parents hoped that they had misheard the person who told them that their daughter may not survive. When Johnia's brothers arrived at the hospital, they were told they had to wait, and it seemed like hours before they were finally told that they could look at a picture of a woman who had been stabbed. They were praying it wasn't her, but as soon as the doctor flashed the first photograph of a woman's face, they knew. They knew it was her, their little sister. Poor Johnia. It was real. When John's parents arrived, they were still holding out hope, but as soon as they saw Joan's son Kelly run to their car, hysterically crying right outside the hospital in Knoxville, Mike and Joan knew. They knew they had heard right, and the news got worse. Johnia was gone. She did not survive her injuries. The boys had to break the awful news to their mother. Kelly just uttered, "It's Johnia, Mom," and it was the most horrific day of their lives. They weren't even able to comprehend the magnitude of their loss at this point, and while they were left to grieve, detectives were working on Johnia's case. After the ambulance had rushed her to the hospital, investigators cordoned off her apartment, and they started to search for evidence. The first thing investigators noticed was that it didn't seem like there were any forcible entry points at the apartment. Either this person was let in, or they had a key, or one of the doors was left unlocked. The first person they wanted to speak to was Johnia's roommate. After all, he was there, and they already had a few things that they thought were suspicious about his version of what happened that night. For one thing, why did he walk 14 minutes to a gas station to get help? I wanted to understand this for myself, so I pulled up a map to see the path that Jason potentially took. We cannot know for sure which stores were there at the time, but I do notice that this area is pretty residential in nature. They're living in an apartment complex, and there's another one right next door. There's a post office, but this is 4 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be closed. The library isn't going to be open. After going down 10-mile road, he would have had the choice to go either left or right, and he chose to go left because there really isn't anything to the right as far as businesses are concerned, especially businesses that would be open at this point. He probably knew that the gas station was open 24/7. That was most likely the closest place that he knew he could have gotten help. I don't see anything else that would have been open. There's a coffee shop, a Dollar General, and again, we don't even know if those places were there at the time. But I thought, couldn't he have stopped and tried to get a neighbor to let him use their phone, which, in my mind, would have been way more convenient, considering he lives in a pretty large apartment complex. If you look at the overhead view right here, there are a number of buildings, whether it's in their own apartment complex or the neighboring one, and even around that there's a neighborhood on 10-mile road. It seems like there would have been a lot of residents in that area. So I was confused, as I'm sure the police were too, about why he would travel that far to use a phone. They were also curious about the wound on his hand. Could there have been a struggle between him and Johnia? Could he be the one responsible? That's their first question, but they have many more. Jason was released pretty quickly from the hospital, and he presented himself voluntarily to the Knoxville Sheriff's Department. He wanted to give an official statement. Jason and Johnia's relationship was the subject of the investigators' interest. He told police that he met Johnia in college and was letting her stay with him when she returned to Knoxville 6 weeks ago. He explained that he had a girlfriend named Stephanie Keene and that she and Johnia were friends. Nevertheless, the investigators pressed him about whether they were more than friends, and Jason swore that he and Johnia never had a romantic relationship and that he didn't even have any romantic feelings toward her. Still, the police continued to question Jason repeatedly about his story. Jason said he returned home from work around 10:30 p.m. and Johnia was still awake, wrapping presents for Christmas right inside their door, in this area right here in the apartment. You can still see some unwrapped toys on the floor in this crime scene photo. Johnia made her way to bed soon after Jason got home from work, and after he entered his bedroom, he fell asleep. Jason said he remained in that sound sleep until he was woken up by Johnia screaming in the middle of the night. When Jason rolled over, he looked at the clock and noticed it was 4 a.m. At first, he thought that Johnia was having a nightmare, but still, he went to find out what was going on. When he opened his bedroom door, he saw a silhouette of someone he didn't recognize, a stranger. Someone was in their apartment. It was a man, and he was coming out of Johnia's room. The intruder noticed Jason, and without hesitation, Jason said the man ran toward him, grabbed him by the shoulders, and pushed him back into his bedroom and onto his bed. Then a struggle ensued. According to Jason's version of events, he said he could see that the man had a knife and had started to stab him, which caused all of his wounds. At some point, he was able to push the assailant off him. That's when he rushed past the assailant, out of his bedroom door, then proceeded out of the front door, down that first long flight of stairs, out of the glass door that everybody shared, down the other tiny staircase, and all the way toward the gas station to call for help. When the investigators asked him whether or not he saw Johnia, he said he never did. He could only hear her screaming, and he knew he had to get out of the apartment to save his life. He had no idea, according to him, what was going on in her bedroom. We know what happened the rest of the time because when he got to that convenience store, the clerk called 911, and that's how authorities were able to get to the scene. However, investigators were piecing together Johnia's final moments. They asked Jason, "Which door did you escape the apartment through?" He said that as he was running, he remembered unlocking the front door. So, they asked him, "How do you think the intruder got access to your apartment?" He said it was probably through the back door because Jason couldn't remember if he locked it after throwing out the garbage. However, Johnia was meticulous about locking their doors, especially before she went to sleep at night. She would routinely walk around checking that all the doors were locked, but Jason couldn't say whether that door was locked that night, and he wasn't around to see her check the doors before heading to bed. When investigators searched the back door of the apartment, they found blood. This discovery led them to believe that the intruder had left the apartment through the back door. In comparison to Johnia's fatal injuries, Jason's wounds were relatively superficial, and that concerned investigators. One of Jason's only more severe injuries was a deep incision on his ring finger, which they thought may have been caused by either grabbing the knife from the attacker or by accidentally cutting himself while stabbing Johnia. Not only that, but they were even starting to think his wounds could have been self-inflicted. Investigators reviewed Jason's 911 call because they wanted to know, are there any inconsistencies between what he said on the phone and what he's telling them now? While Jason told the dispatcher that he heard Johnia screaming when he ran out of the house, in his interview, Jason said he wasn't sure when he heard her screaming because remember, he said that's what woke him up. He was very hesitant when they asked him to take a polygraph, but he said he wanted to clear his name, so he agreed to take it. However, when the polygrapher told him he had failed, Jason just kept denying killing Johnia. He stated that he actually feared for his own life because the murderer was still out there. He felt like they were accusing him of killing his friend, and he became even more upset. The polygrapher even had to tell him to calm down, but Jason kept getting louder, yelling at the man, "Why would I voluntarily take this test if I had something to hide?" He just kept saying he felt like they thought he did this, and the polygrapher said, "Well, it sure looks like you did," which riled Jason up more. The argument went back and forth, with Jason becoming very heated, and the polygrapher kept saying, "There is no reason for you to get mad." But for Jason, there was. He was being accused of murder, and it's not something to take lightly. Well, then a second polygrapher reviewed Jason's lie detector test results and determined that the first examiner had made some mistakes and that Jason had actually passed. Kind of sketchy, but then again, these things are not a science, and that's why they're not admissible in a court of law. Jason was also all they had at this point, so they took this opportunity to ask him to sit down with a sketch artist to draw his description of the suspect. Jason said the man had short brown or blonde hair and a square chin. He was younger, possibly in his 20s, stocky, and kind of had droopy eyes that were shaped like pecans. He was under 200 pounds, maybe around 180. So, authorities released the image to the news and waited for tips to come in. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene in Jason's bedroom, investigators found a piece of cardboard on the floor with a partial shoe print on it, so they went ahead and preserved that as evidence. Now here's the part of the story that angered me and saddened me. Outside Johnia's apartment door, there were signs that she had tried to get help from her neighbors, which is just heartbreaking to me, and it was heartbreaking for investigators to see, some of whom had children of their own. This poor girl used the last bit of her strength to knock on every single door. 5 doors. The door right next to hers was only a few feet away, if that, and it had distinctive bloody knuckle prints on it. Not one of her neighbors came to her rescue. She made her way down the stairs and continued to drag herself to each and every door, becoming too weak to move and then finally collapsing in the doorway. She might have survived if just one person that heard her knock on their door answered. Why didn't they? I understand it's 4 a.m. I understand this is a scary situation, but all it takes is one call. That's it. Just one call for one person to help this poor girl. This is not a new phenomenon. There's a famous case I studied in both law school and when I was getting my psychology degree, the Kitty Genovese case out of New York. It happened back in 1964 at 3:15 in the morning. I'll never forget this story. 28-year-old bartender Kitty Genovese was followed home by a man who forced her to have intercourse and stabbed her outside of her own apartment building where she lived. Despite her crying and screaming for help, nobody came. That investigation started research into the bystander effect, or the Genovese syndrome, and this is a real thing. People do stand by and do virtually nothing, and there are reasons for this. Usually, it's fear. But investigators in Johnia's case are shocked that, in 2004, not one of her neighbors did anything. But could they have possibly slept through it? They didn't know yet, They could ascertain Johnia's approximate movements due to the amount of blood, the smears, and the trail. She was able to make it out of her bedroom after multiple wounds, and we will get to the autopsy. She made it to the living room, where it looked like she collapsed or had to rest. They gathered this from the stain that was left behind. This was a big one in the living room. At some point, with the will to live, she was able to get up off of that floor and get out of her apartment door, and she knocked on the one next to her. No answer. And like I said, she somehow made her way all the way down those stairs to every other door, but she was just too weak. When Johnia's mom became aware that her daughter had attempted to save her own life, and no one helped her, it was beyond her understanding. It was heartbreaking and devastating. It was also really disturbing to her, because authorities did let her know that, even though they can't guarantee it, there is a possibility that if someone would have called an ambulance sooner, Johnia could have survived. They could have done surgeries to keep her alive. This was what was the most heartbreaking to me. Envisioning your child's last moments. That's something that I would replay over and over again in my head because I'm already doing that now. I can only imagine if this happened to someone that I love and care about the way a mother does, and someone she will never see again. Back at the crime scene, investigators finally located the weapon that was used in this crime, and to their surprise, it's actually a kitchen knife from Johnia's own kitchen. So this started to lend itself to one of their first theories, which was that Jason, her roommate, was involved. The fact that this weapon came straight from their own kitchen led the investigators to believe that this was a crime of passion, especially because of the location of her wounds and how many of them there were. They thought it might have to do with Jason being rejected, and that was their working theory at this point. The weapon was found right outside Johnia's door. It's right here in this photo, and you can see the knife is almost bent in half. This is how much force was used. It was bagged as evidence. Later, they found a fingerprint as well as hair and blood on this knife. Now, let's talk about what they found at the back door. There are stairs leading down from the back door of this apartment. They found blood in a trail from the back door down the staircase. It was in a less significant amount. This is why they asked Jason which door he used, because they thought that it was interesting that Johnia had sustained so many wounds, and Jason had none. They took swabs to test his blood, but now they're also thinking if Jason's telling the truth. Whoever this blood belongs to could be the person that did this. When these types of crimes occur and forces are used, we obviously know how slippery the weapon can become. A lot of times the assailant actually gets injured in the process. So that is why they were interested in the wound on Jason's hand. Because of where the trail was, they also determined that the person was right-handed. It coincided with the fact that he would have been holding the knife in that hand, and that's where the blood trail was, down the right side of the staircase handrail. So now their next step would be to attempt to either eliminate Jason by finding out if there was somebody else in that area treated for a significant hand wound on the right hand on the night of the crime, or sometime thereafter, or finding out if it was Jason's blood. They also needed to find out about the shoe print that they found on the cardboard box in Jason's room. These were their two biggest clues right now. Meanwhile, they also had to move on to another man in Johnia's life, another person who could have had the passion to lead them to do something like this. It was the other Jason, Jason White, her fiancé. Jason had to be notified about losing his fiancée, just like everyone else had been. Jason was 600 miles away in Lansing, Michigan, when his future mother-in-law, Joan Berry, called him at 10 a.m. to give him the devastating news. Just 12 hours earlier, Johnia had been alive, speaking with him on the phone. It would have been shocking to get a call like this. When Joan told Jason, he let out a frightening scream, and it was so loud that it was heard outside of his apartment door. A neighbor, Melissa, was so concerned that she went over to see what was wrong, and all she saw him do was sit there, hysterically crying. When he could finally speak, he told Melissa what was going on and that he couldn't do anything for himself. She had to help him pack his things to get him to the airport, to get him on that flight because he needed to get by Johnia's side as soon as possible. Jason was beside himself, but that didn't matter to police. As soon as he got into town, they asked him to come in for an interview. Investigators questioned Jason White for 4 hours to determine whether he had any involvement. They wanted to know all about their relationship. They asked him, "Are you a jealous guy?" Johnia was very pretty. Did you get jealous if she was talking to other guys, living with another guy? But Jason swore that he and Johnia had a great relationship and that they were in love, and he had nothing to do with her murder. They found through phone records that Johnia talked to Jason until about 11:30 p.m. the night she was murdered. During his interview, Jason White told investigators that he and Johnia spoke almost every night until she drifted off to sleep. They questioned whether Jason White would have been able to drive from Michigan to Tennessee, or fly, or take a train, carry out this crime at the time they believed it occurred, and then get back to Michigan. But when they looked into all this, there was no way he could have accomplished it. Because of this, Jason White, Johnia's fiancé, was cleared of suspicion. No one had anything bad to say about either of them. Both Johnia and Jason's friends all loved them and said they were great people who didn't have any enemies, and they had a loving relationship. Johnia's family also loved having Jason White in their lives, and they were looking forward to him becoming their son-in-law. The entire Berry family eagerly anticipated Johnia's wedding, but now they were planning Johnia's funeral. It was all too unreal. 3 days after her murder, Johnia was laid to rest in Bristol, Tennessee, and it rained through the entire funeral. Sadly, Johnia would never be alive to experience her wedding, but she was wearing both her wedding dress and her engagement ring. Jason wanted her to keep it, of course, and he put that ring on her finger for the last time as she was laid to rest. Unfortunately, it would not slide onto her ring finger due to how swollen it was, so he had to put it on her pinky. Johnia's murder ripped a large hole in her parents' hearts. As far as Mike and Joan Berry were concerned, their daughter Johnia had no enemies, and they had no idea why anyone would want to hurt her. Johnia loved life so much. Her parents couldn't even imagine a world without her in it. Things would never be the same for the Berry family. During her funeral, everyone commented on her roommate Jason's behavior. There were many people there, especially her family, who were mad that he even showed up. They really believed he had something to do with her murder. The fact that he didn't try to help her or stay behind to see if she got out alive was an issue. It's something that many of Johnia's friends and family members could not understand. Why leave her? Some people said that he acted weird. He was too calm. But he had just been through a traumatic experience. Even though investigators had done as much as they could to rule Jason out of the picture, they did have a theory that made sense to them. They think that Jason had shown interest in Johnia and she rejected him, which caused him to stab her in a fit of rage. So, investigators returned to Johnia's apartment with Jason after the murder and asked him to walk through the crime scene. Jason recounted the horrific events of that morning in December, and investigators were actually pretty surprised by his lack of emotion. In their view, Jason might be emotionally avoiding describing the murder because he committed it. Or maybe he was just dealing with the trauma in his own way. He was just so matter-of-fact. Even Jason's girlfriend, Stephanie, started to question things. Even though he maintained his innocence, there was just this "what if" lingering in the back of her mind. That must be really hard. You want to trust the person you love. You don't want to believe they did anything like this, but at the same time, do you really know a person? A crime lab tested the blood from the apartment, and the blood drops by the back door. The DNA discovered at the crime scene matched Johnia and Jason, but also a third person, an unknown male. Finally, the DNA results confirmed Jason's story. Someone else was there. Someone else was injured. Someone else bled and fled. This DNA was found on a light switch, on the weapon, and outside the back door down that staircase I showed you that leads out of the back of the apartment. Jason's blood was not found in this location. It was found in the front, on the doorknob and the door lock, confirming his story and thus finally clearing him as a suspect. However, the allegations against him tarnished Jason's reputation. Not only was he traumatized and injured after hearing about his roommate's death, but he also had to live with survivor's guilt, wishing that he could have done something more. But he was also accused of being her murderer. Because of all this, he had to leave town. He moved to Colorado with his brother. He was suffering from chronic pain and reoccurring nightmares, and that's if he could fall asleep, because he was also dealing with insomnia. Since Jason was terrified of living alone, he stayed with his brother for almost 2 years. Unfortunately, Jason's healthcare only covered about a quarter of his hospital bills, and the financial strain was debilitating for him. He was never the same after this incident. Although investigators repeatedly accused Jason of having superficial wounds, he later came forward and said that he suffered a collapsed lung as a result of the attack. There's nothing superficial about an injury like that, and looking back, I feel bad for Jason being wounded in such a traumatic way. It's mentally taxing, even if the wounds weren't as deep as the ones that killed Johnia. That emotional pain runs deep. We do not know what it's like to be in that situation, so I try really hard not to place judgment on him. After clearing Jason, investigators were even more determined to find out who the DNA belonged to. They were excited to run this DNA, and Johnia's family finally thought they were going to get answers. But there was no match in the CODIS database, and that's very frustrating. It usually means the person who committed this crime either hadn't been in trouble with the law before, or they had, but the crime didn't warrant providing a DNA sample. They were back to not having any viable leads or suspects. They needed to know who else was involved in Johnia's life and whether there was anyone they should be looking at, so they began interviewing her coworkers. Several of her coworkers from Zales thought that her murder might have something to do with what happened in the parking lot a few hours before her murder. Her manager, Diana Johnson, told police that another coworker had walked Johnia to her car, but apparently a Chevy Blazer kept circling them as though they were watching the girls. Then, when Johnia got in her car, the SUV followed her out of the parking lot. The police looked into this but did not get any further leads. Then the neighbors started coming forward. Remember, they do not have all the details we do, so they were reporting being woken up at 4 a.m. with the sound of someone frantically pounding on their doors. At least 2 neighbors said that they heard the sound around the same time. When they were explaining this, they were thinking back through everything they knew, and they said they assumed it was the assailant, not Johnia. After Johnia's murder, Brandon Park Apartments was buzzing with rumors. When authorities were coming in and out of her unit, the common area was still being used, but the apartment complex replaced that bloody carpet within days. Then they said something, that her death was a result of domestic violence. That was not correct. This wasn't a dispute between a couple or a family member. No, this made it even worse because the media and the public did not want to stop looking in her roommate Jason's direction, even though he had been cleared by investigators. Now they were relying even more on Jason's description of the assailant and the sketch they released. Here's what it looks like. This was being passed out everywhere. Johnia's family would spend hours handing out hundreds, if not thousands, of flyers throughout her community and beyond. They needed answers, no matter what it took. Her father said that he would spend the rest of his life finding out who did this to his daughter. The autopsy report had come in. There were at least 20 wounds all over Johnia's face, arms, midsection, chest, and back. Defensive wounds. It was absolutely horrifying what she went through. Johnia's manner of death was clearly homicide, and the cause was loss of blood from multiple stab wounds. Johnia died from her wounds from bleeding out. The community was so determined to find out who did this, they could not believe this person was walking among them, possibly living in the apartment complex. After the composite sketch was released in the media and distributed by Johnia's friends and family, a credible lead emerged. The tip was that there was a group of boys who had been committing robberies near Johnia's neighborhood around the same time as the murder. And one of these boys was a 19-year-old named Michael Percival. He only lived 1 to 2 miles away from Brandon Park Apartments, and he also looked very similar to the sketch, which is why this triggered someone to call in. There was also an outstanding arrest warrant for Michael regarding a totally unrelated crime, so investigators brought him in for questioning. When he was brought in, his shoes were the first thing investigators looked at. They were size 11 earth sole slip-ons with a very distinctive bottom. The shoes looked exactly like the ones that could have made the print on that cardboard in Jason's bedroom, so investigators were excited. They thought they might have found their guy. They contacted the district attorney to get a warrant to collect the shoes, as well as DNA and fingerprints. Meanwhile, while they were waiting, they began to question Michael, asking him where he was on the night of the crime. Shockingly, Michael started telling them everything. He admitted to playing a role in both Johnia's murder and Jason's stabbing. Investigators could not believe this. Michael revealed that Jason and Johnia owed money to a drug dealer. Michael was a drug dealer's friend and drove him to Brandon Park Apartments on December 6, 2004, to collect payment from Jason and Johnia. However, he was waiting, and when his friend didn't show back up to the car after a few minutes, Michael headed to Jason and Johnia's apartment. That's when he saw the drug dealer stabbing them, and he described the entire layout of the apartment in detail. There were some issues, though. The more Michael talked, the less sense his story made, and as a result, investigators started to doubt his confession. There was no match between his DNA, his fingerprints, or the shoes. According to the police, Michael just wanted to be in the spotlight. He wanted to be involved in a high-profile case. That is sick. That is such a waste of time, leading the investigators in the wrong direction. Of course, he was ruled out as a suspect, and the case came to a dead end once again. Mike and Joan Berry, along with the Knox County Sheriff's Department, announced in February 2005 a $10,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest concerning the murder of Johnia Berry. As a matter of fact, Joan called the investigators and the police every single day, asking for an update. During a press conference, Mike Berry said they needed to get the murderer of his daughter off the streets and prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law. He wanted people to keep focus on what's important, finding out who murdered Johnia on December 6, 2004. Johnia's reward fund received $5,000 from Carol's son Carrington Memorial Reward Foundation. The foundation honors Carol's son, her daughter Julie, and their friend Silvina Peloso, who were killed in 1999 by a serial killer named Cary Stayner in the Yosemite Mountains. An additional $5,000 came from an anonymous source, and eventually, the reward went up to $75,000. But even as more tips came in, nothing solid came out of them, and years went by with no answers. However, the Berry family never gave up. They pressed authorities to do more and more, especially for victims of these types of crimes. They needed to keep Johnia's case alive. Even though Johnia's parents lived in Georgia, they frequently drove out to Knoxville to hand out flyers and hang posters. Joan had a goal, and that was to keep her daughter in the public eye, so she would call Tennessee news stations all the time. Several grocery chains in Tennessee actually featured Johnia's picture and the reward information on their delivery trucks, so as they drove up and down the interstate, investigators hoped that someone would recognize something about her case. The entire time, Joan Berry worked tirelessly for her daughter. She was also working a full-time job. It's like having two full-time jobs to dedicate yourself to. In 2007, a break came in Johnia's case because of Joan and Mike's dedication to keeping their daughter's name in the public eye. On one of those many highways throughout Tennessee, a driver noticed Johnia's billboard. He saw the composite sketch and thought it looked like a man he knew, someone named Taylor Olson. This tip caught investigators' attention because he did resemble the composite sketch, even more so than the guy who gave the false confession. Taylor was also a young man. He was in his early 20s and came from a very affluent family. Taylor Olson was born in 1985 in Eugene, Oregon, and had a 16-month-old son. When his family was interviewed, they said that Taylor was a creative young man who wrote incredible poems and was a talented artist. He had a loving heart and a wonderful, infectious way of making people laugh and smile. They also said that he had a passion and talent for riding dirt bikes and a deep love for animals. especially his beloved dog, Paris. He loved spending quality time with friends and family, and he definitely didn't sound like the type of guy they were looking for. Even when they showed Jason, the roommate, Taylor's picture, he could not confirm that this was the guy who stabbed him and Johnia that night. Investigators were not too sure about this tip. They had already wasted their time with another guy they thought could be the suspect, and they didn't want to waste their time again. However, they realized while running his information that Taylor had been arrested before. However, it wasn't for anything like this. While investigating Taylor Olson, they noticed that he had an outstanding warrant for a probation violation, so they arrested him to bring him in for questioning. During his detention in July of 2007, Taylor Olson voluntarily provided a DNA sample. When questioned about Johnia's murder, he denied any involvement at all. The DNA test results were delayed for several months due to a backlog at the crime lab, so in the meantime, Taylor Olson was just sitting in custody while investigators waited patiently for the outcome of the tests. Finally, on December 20th, 2007, investigators on Johnia's case received a call that they had been waiting for. They hear this all the time and think, yes, 3 years, it's been 3 years. They have a match. Taylor Olson's DNA was a match for the blood found on the back staircase. His DNA was discovered in the hallway, the living room, the door handle, and that staircase. One of his fingerprints was on the murder weapon. Investigators were confident it was Taylor Olson who murdered Johnia. Again, they brought him back in for questioning to confront him about what they had found, and once again Taylor denied killing Johnia. He kept saying he didn't know how his blood could have gotten there. Investigators responded, saying, "It's because you were there. That's why." However, this time, investigators had forensic evidence at their disposal. After 2 days of interrogating him and attempting several different techniques, they finally got a confession. They had to do the good cop, bad cop routine. Despite Taylor denying it over and over again and refusing to back down, these investigators were persistent, and it paid off because he finally confessed. According to Taylor, he and a friend who lived near Johnia tried to steal a car from the Brandon Park apartments. They were walking around the parking lot, pulling on the door handles of cars, looking for one that was unlocked so they could hotwire it. While another resident saw him and his friend acting suspiciously in the parking lot, he yelled at them to get out of there. Taylor's friend fled the scene, but Taylor decided to stay back and continue looking for a vehicle. He wasn't having any luck, so he decided to start trying to open some doors to apartments so he could find some keys. Doing that little thing where you look around for whose keys they are by peeking in the parking lot. He was just going to use those keys to take a car. Taylor was walking around, turning the doorknobs to see if any of the apartments had open doors, and that's when he stumbled upon Jason and Johnia's apartment. He was at the back door, turned the knob, and the door opened smoothly. He said he used his phone as a light source and illuminated the apartment, walking around in this eerie glow, trying to locate some keys. He made his way around the kitchen, the living room, and the foyer. Nothing there. That's when he went into Johnia's room as she slept. He crept beside her bed, opened her bedside table, and began rummaging through it. But as he did, he said that all of a sudden he felt a sharp pain in his arm and heard a woman's voice saying something like, "Who are you?" Taylor assumed that Johnia was sleeping with a knife and stabbed him when she saw him standing there in the room, not knowing who he was. After he realized he was stabbed, he said he panicked and tried to grab the knife. There was a struggle, and then finally, when he gained control of it, he began to frantically stab Johnia. Investigators were not buying this version of events. They believed he grabbed the knife when he was rummaging through the drawers in the kitchen. When he was unsuccessful at locating keys, he knew he was going to go into those bedrooms, and he wanted to arm himself. He went into Johnia's room, and once she woke up, she screamed. They think he stabbed her to stop her from making a scene or from identifying him. Taylor told investigators he had no recollection of Jason ever being there and did not remember injuring him or struggling with a second person. After his arraignment, while walking out of the courthouse sobbing, he told the media he didn't mean to kill Johnia, that it was an accident. He had the nerve to say, "I ruined my whole life. Joan wasn't buying this and had no pity. It was no accident that he went into Johnia's apartment and then into her room, and it was no accident that he was attempting to steal her car. Johnia Berry was in the prime of her life. She was about to get married and go back to school. He took her life. Taylor ruined Johnia's life and her family's lives, not his. $1 million bail was set for Taylor after he was charged with Johnia's murder, yet he still begged investigators to believe him, insisting it wasn't him. He even started telling a new version of events, blaming the crime on the friend he said he was with, Noah Cox. However, investigators had no doubt that they could secure a conviction against Taylor at trial because there was no other DNA or biological evidence of anyone else at that crime scene besides the two victims and this man, Taylor Olson. Mike Berry spoke at a press conference after the arrest, thanking the investigators who worked so hard on Johnia's case for their efforts. He said that he and his wife considered them more than just acquaintances. They were friends. Taylor's arrest actually occurred 2 days after Joan and Mike celebrated their 16th wedding anniversary. They described his arrest as a very meaningful gift to them. Sadly, Joan and Michael Berry would never get to see Taylor Olson in court because on March 24, 2008, 4 months before the trial was scheduled to start, Taylor Olson was found deceased in his jail cell. It was determined to be self-inflicted. Before his death, Taylor had told investigators there was no way he would stand trial, and in their grief, Johnia's parents described Taylor as taking the coward's way out. Even after so much fighting, Mike and Joan now seemed to have no chance of getting justice for their daughter. Taylor Olson left a note behind saying that it wasn't him who stabbed Johnia. In the letter, he identified the individual he believed was responsible for Johnia Berry's death, expressing that he hoped that person would be held accountable. John's father did not believe Taylor's claims. He said his blood was there, his DNA was there. He killed my daughter in a cowardly way and he took the coward's way out. If he wasn't really the one who murdered her, then why did he take his own life? I pose that question to all of you because this is a sad and complicated case. A young father with his life ahead of him is accused of killing a young woman with such promise in life. What do you think? In the note that he left behind, Taylor claimed it was Noah Cox who killed Johnia. When Johnia was murdered, Noah lived across the street from the Brandon Park apartments, but Noah denies playing a role in Johnia's murder. After Taylor died, court records were published indicating that he was preparing a defense based on the theory that Noah Cox had killed Johnia while they were in the apartment trying to burglarize it. But again, I will repeat, there was no evidence that Noah Cox was ever at the scene of Johnia's murder, and he was never charged with any crime in connection with her death. I wanted to read you what Taylor's family wrote in his obituary. They said he went to be with the Lord unexpectedly in the early morning hours of March 24, 2008. There were specific instructions for his funeral. He requested that certain songs be played for him. This just really angered Mike Berry. He said that he didn't get to tell his daughter goodbye before she died and felt like her murderer shouldn't have a say in what happens after he dies. What do you think about that? Johnia Berry's family sued the apartment complex where she was murdered for failing to protect her. The Brandon Park apartments settled out of court with the family, claiming that the building was not secure. Additionally, her parents criticized the sheriff's office for ignoring their concerns for assistance from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, which they had requested early on in the case. I want to end with some good news. The Berry family finally received some. A Senate committee approved the Johnia Berry Act, proposed in Tennessee to increase the odds of finding suspects by requiring violent felons to submit DNA upon arrest rather than conviction. Joan and Mike Berry believe the state had way too few DNA samples in the database. They hope the Johnia Berry Act will help other families find justice for their loved ones and make Tennessee a safer place to live. Johnia loved to help people, and this was just another way that she could do that, even in death. According to her father, eventually the Johnia Berry Act was fully enacted, and DNA is now collected on arrest rather than just after conviction. If this act had been in place before Johnia's murder, Taylor Olson might have been taken off the streets long before he killed her. To carry on Johnia's legacy and honor her love for children, her loved ones hold a holiday toy drive every year. I was hoping to get this video out before December 6th. It's just a way to pay tribute to Johnia, who was wrapping Christmas gifts for children from low-income families on the night she was murdered. This event is still going on in East Tennessee and Southwest Virginia. Everyone is invited and encouraged to bring a brand new, unwrapped toy for children in need. All donated toys are delivered to the area's children's organizations, and the toys are expected to be distributed on December 6th of this year. PayPal also allows donors to make secure online donations, so I will leave that link below. The donations will be collected and given to Hope for Victims. Johnia would have accomplished remarkable things in this world if it weren't for her tragic death. She would have made a difference, and she is. We are keeping her memory alive. The Berries were grateful for the time they had with Johnia. It was better for her to be there for this short time than to never have had her at all. Today's story involves the Andrew family, Mother Brenda, Father Robert, and their two children, Tri-City and Parker. Before they became a family, the story begins with Brenda and Robert as individuals. So let me introduce you to Brenda Evers before she became Brenda Andrew. Brenda was born and raised in Enid, Oklahoma, to Donald and Rose May Evers. They were both devout Lutherans. Donald served in the U.S. Navy during the Korean War from 1953 to 1957, and then he married Rose in 1958 at Trinity Methodist Church. Enid, Oklahoma, is in the northwest. It's about an hour and a half away from Oklahoma City. It's actually known as the wheat capital of the United States. I wouldn't necessarily call it a super small town like some of the other ones that I've talked about, because there were about 40,000 people living there at the time. But it was small compared to other parts of Oklahoma, so I'm still going to give it that small town label, if you will. The Evers were a middle-class family. Don worked at the Garfield County Courthouse, and Rose worked as an administrative assistant for a local lumber company called Long Bell Lumber Company. Eventually, Rose decided to quit to become a stay-at-home mom when the Evers' first child, Kimberly Dawn, was born on September 16, 1961. Just over 3 years later, Brenda was born on December 16, 1963. The Evers also had a son, John J., who was sadly described by the family as severely mentally impaired. Both Kimberly and Brenda helped Rose with their brother John, and the Evers were unconditionally loving to those around them, in part because of how dedicated they were to their Lutheran faith, unwavering in their devotion to the church, helping others, holding regular prayer groups in their home, and gathering for family meals. Brenda was shy. She was cute, petite, and a quiet little girl who was always meticulously and modestly dressed with her clothing buttoned all the way up. She was dedicated to getting above-average grades in school, attending church throughout the week, and spending most of her time helping care for her brother John. People who knew the Evers described them as stepping right out of a 1950s sitcom. Brenda's close friend, Eileen Zander Littlefield, spent a lot of time with the Evers and came from a similar upbringing, the type of household that valued the image they portrayed to everyone around them. Even Eileen noticed that Brenda was different from the other kids. She was not interested in talking about boys, but preferred to focus on playing the trumpet and doing well in school. She was one of the only friends in their friend group who got straight A's. Brenda respected her parents and followed in her mother's footsteps, acquiring skills in cooking and sewing, which did not help to widen her social circle. Many of her friends thought that she was a little bit odd. However, Brenda was a good friend. She loved to help others and was always the first one to offer her assistance, so it was easy to count on her. Brenda was part of the church choir and went to a Lutheran grade school. She was involved in a lot of youth group activities. The Evers sisters were members of Ongoing Ambassadors for Christ, an evangelism program for teens, and they also worked at a Lutheran summer camp. When she got into middle school, Brenda's mother allowed her to enroll in a baton twirling class when she was in 7th grade. These classes were held at the Twirling Academy every Wednesday night at 6 p.m., and she was part of a twirling group of about 10 other girls her age. Brenda's mom let her do this because it was a safe and wholesome sport and allowed Brenda to be a part of what other kids her age were doing, like going to football games, without getting into trouble. Unlike everyone else, when the game was over, Brenda would go straight home. Even as she got older and into high school, this remained her routine. She would go out to the football games, twirl her baton, or play trumpet in the band, but never go out to the parties with the other kids afterward. She didn't drink, and she never smoked or did anything like that. She was very conservative, and it was clear to everyone around her. She conformed to what her parents believed was expected of a young girl her age. It wasn't just that, though. Brenda was taught to be quiet and private because of her brother John's condition. It made Kimberly and Brenda strong individuals, but they were taught to be careful and guarded. I think there might have been a stigma of some kind about children who were different back then, which is actually very unfortunate and sad. Keeping up appearances could have been important to the Evers. Rose was involved in the Lutheran Women's Missionary League, as well as other Lutheran social and charitable groups that were associated with her church community, so I am sure that she had a reputation to uphold when it came to her family. In 1977, when Brenda was around 15, Rose went back to work as a church secretary for Redeemer Lutheran Church. So not only was the Evers' religion a part of their daily lives, but it was also part of Rose's work life and career. It was when Brenda was a senior at Chisholm High School that she met Robert Andrew for the first time. To understand what drew these two together and how they became a couple, I have to introduce you to Robert. Robert Dale Andrew was also born and raised in Enid, Oklahoma. He was born on September 19, 1962, to his father, Eugene Russell Andrew, who went by his initials, E.R., and his mother, Llewellyn Andrew. E.R. and Llewellyn had children back-to-back, except their youngest child, Tom, who came about 8 or 9 years after Robert. The first was Bill, then a couple of years later Tim, followed by Robert, their third child, and later, younger brother Tom. Robert grew up in a very wholesome family with strong family values. He had a happy childhood, but it wasn't without stumbling blocks. However, he could lean on his older brothers and his family for support. They were a very close family. It's nice having siblings that are not too far apart in age because you can enjoy things together. Even Robert's younger brother Tom enjoyed skiing and hanging out with his older brothers. E.R. and Llewellyn raised their boys into fine gentlemen. However, when Robert was a child, he wasn't as athletically inclined as his older brothers. It was almost like his body was fighting against him. He was awkward and hid that with his humor and creativity. The physical struggle began with his eyesight, which made sports somewhat of an issue. You can't keep your eye on the ball if one of your eyes wanders. That can be a problem. Depth perception was a real issue for Rob, so he ended up having to get glasses and do special eye exercises. He was able to gain control over that eye. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't offered some kind of surgery. Maybe back then this was the route that doctors took because it was less risky. I'm not sure, but I've seen people with a wandering eye get surgery or have a patch over one eye to build strength over the years. Struggling with this physical obstacle, Rob built other qualities about himself, and these qualities would make him successful in his future. Short stories, telling jokes, and having his entire family laughing out loud at the dinner table, Robert developed a great personality. It's better to have a great personality and be physically attractive than to just be physically attractive alone. If you know you're not so fortunate in the looks department, it's a really good quality to have to be funny and personable and be able to command a room. Robert actually attended the same high school as Brenda. However, he was a year older. After graduating, he attended Oklahoma State University and was studying for a degree in advertising and marketing. It was while he was a student there that he met Brenda, who was still, as I said, a senior in high school at the time. Brenda knew Robert's younger brother Thomas, and Brenda had grown up a lot since the last time I talked about her back when she was in middle school, twirling her baton and playing the trumpet. By this time, she was turning the heads of every guy in her small town, but there was one guy she kept asking Thomas about, his older brother, Robert. Tom had to help his big bro out and let him know there's this really cute girl who comes to the community pool in town. He said next time you're home, you two should meet, and they did. I would say it was love at first sight, but really, Robert was smitten by Brenda's beauty. He thought Brenda was absolutely stunning. He couldn't keep his eyes off of her. Rob would later tell friends that he was at the community pool during the summer. He looked over and saw Brenda in her swimsuit, and she looked so good that he couldn't help but approach her. Brenda was only 19 at the time. Rob lived about an hour and a half away because he was attending Oklahoma State, but they did start seeing each other and eventually became exclusive. After graduating high school, Brenda moved away to attend St. John's Lutheran College in Winfield, Kansas, but a year later, she transferred to Oklahoma State University to be closer to Rob. He was serious about his studies and spent his time working on various school projects. Rob wrote for the university newspaper, the local Legion, and was also actively involved in OSU's advertising club. In 1984, Robert graduated with a degree in advertising and marketing, and that same year he proposed to Brenda, and of course she said yes. Robert had a similar wholesome upbringing as Brenda. He was intelligent, funny, good-looking, and he had just graduated with a degree. He was planning to go into a lucrative advertising career. It was all the qualities that someone like Brenda was looking for in a guy that she knew her parents would approve of. Besides, they were inseparable. They seemed to be the perfect couple, especially based on the way that they both grew up and their belief systems. Brenda just really thought that Rob was husband material, someone that she could start a family with. So, after they both graduated, they lived in Oklahoma City and got married on June 2nd, 1984. Brenda was interested in a career in finance, while Rob was actively looking to break into the advertising industry. He was offered a job at an advertising company in Texas, so he and Brenda relocated there. Brenda ended up finding a job that she really liked. Things were going well for the couple. Rob was excelling at work, Brenda had made some really solid friendships in town, and she loved life away from the Bible Belt. She was living in a place with good old Southern hospitality. It was a nice change for her. It was exciting and enabled her to be her own person aside from her family. I've experienced this. I don't know if you have, but you become your own person when you step away from your parents, especially if you have parents like Brenda's, who kind of kept her in her own little shell, in her own little bubble. Back in her hometown, everyone knew her, and probably expected her to act a certain way and be a certain way because of her past and upbringing. But as an adult, getting away and being on your own to become your own version of yourself can be very empowering. It was as though Brenda was really coming into her own and feeling independent. Brenda and Rob were about to go through their first struggle as a couple. It wasn't something they couldn't figure out. I mention this because many times when we see shows about cases or we read about them, we only hear about the good things. I think we all know that no relationship is perfect. Let me explain. Just as they were putting down roots in Texas for the last couple of years, Rob admitted to Brenda that he missed being back home. He dreamed of working for a very prominent advertising firm back in Oklahoma City called Jordan Advertising Associates. Their client list included his alumni, Oklahoma State, as well as energy giant ONAC. The position he wanted was a high-paying one with a lot of room to grow, but Brenda wasn't thrilled. She was happy and content. She was growing. However, Rob wasn't even offered this position yet. He would call her regularly to talk to the president and CEO, Jeanette Gamba, to ask whether there were any openings, but no such luck. However, Brenda knew that it would be a possibility, and she wasn't exactly hoping it would happen. But it did happen in 1988. After 2 years of checking in with Jeanette, she finally informed Rob that they had a position to offer him. It was an exciting time. This was his dream. He had worked so hard to get here, and it was all coming together. Except it wasn't. Brenda couldn't leave. Instead of making it into more of an issue, they made a compromise. Rob didn't even know if he was going to like this job or if he was going to like being back in Oklahoma. So Brenda would stay in Texas while Rob moved back to Oklahoma until he knew for sure that this was what he wanted and what was best for the couple. So, the pair lived apart for a few months until Rob made the decision to stay at Jordan. He relayed all the positives to Brenda, which included being close to their families, and they planned to start their own. It made sense for them to move back, and Brenda agreed. It was hard for people to disagree with Rob. He was always so good at making sense of things. There was something so extraordinary about Rob that drew people to him and made them love and respect him. It wasn't just his hard work, intelligence, or sense of humor. It was the principles that drove him to be who he was. Getting to know Rob and his family through this research changed me as a person because it taught me something that he shared with so many others: hope and persistence. It sounds ordinary, but what made these lessons unique was where they came from for Rob. 2 books that he kept in his desk drawer at his office. You may be familiar with one or both of them. The first one I remember from my childhood, Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham. This is what I thought made Rob unique and taught me something that I had not heard before. Rob considered it to be the best business book in the world because by the end of the book, he persuades a gourmet chef to sample green eggs and ham and eventually like it. This book taught Rob the value of persistence. The other book was the Bible, which he studied every morning before work. He even kept a prayer journal and used it as a place to record his thoughts, Bible scriptures, and his intentions and interpretations of how these things related to his life. This is what instilled the message of hope in Rob. His devotion to God and picking up his Bible again in the way he was did not happen until later, and you'll find out why in just a moment. After settling back down in Oklahoma City, Brenda landed a job at the Bank of Oklahoma and rose up through the ranks to become a personal banker. Brenda wasn't just beautiful. She was intelligent, hardworking, and enjoyed being social with her co-workers. She made a number of close friends at the bank. A lot of times, she and Rob would go out on double dates with other couples. Brenda had gained a lot of confidence over the years. She had come out of her shell, and maybe it was because of Rob's outgoing personality that rubbed off on her. But she was not the shy little girl with the clothes all buttoned up to her neck. She had blossomed into a very gorgeous, kind, fun to be around, and sexy woman. She stood out in a crowd. There was something about Brenda, a twinkle in her eye, or her big, perfect, pearly smile. She had charisma. She looked like the girl next door, but all grown up, and Rob considered himself so lucky. He really was, because he had everything he had always wished for. Just like Brenda, Rob loved his job. It was his dream job. Rob came to work every morning with gratefulness in his heart. He was always the first one to get to his office. He was extremely friendly, outgoing, and very creative, the traits I told you he cultivated growing up that would serve him well in his future. Robert was always cracking jokes and making people smile. He had the best laugh, an infectious laugh, the type that makes it nearly impossible to hold back your own laugh. Rob even did things like bringing a bunch of Slurpees to work for everyone, because he decided July 11th would be 7-Eleven Day. Many people who worked with Rob saw him as a mentor. He was always coming up with really cool ideas. He would rush into the office, scribble something down on a piece of paper, and then tape it onto the walls to come up with an advertising plan. He made work fun, and clients loved him. He would take potential clients out for drinks and dinner, ultimately winning them over with his personality and creativity. Over the years, this would elevate him to Senior Vice President of Jordan Associates. But before that, there was another life-changing event that occurred on December 23, 1990. After 6 years of marriage, Brenda and Rob welcomed their first child into this world. Rob chose her name, and it's a unique one. I had to practice it a few times because I had never actually heard it used as a name before. Her name is Tri-City. Yes, not Trinity, one-letter difference. Tri-City. He thought it would be cool if one day his daughter were to run for public office and make signs that said electricity. Yes, it's true. There's Rob's dad humor for you. But it stuck. It is pretty cool if you ask me. Like, I have a unique name myself, and I'm sure many people had trouble pronouncing her name, considering it also looks like Tri-City, referring to the Tri-City area in different states. But no matter what, they named her Tri-City. She was an absolute joy to the Andrew family. Brenda loved children, After all, she did spend most of her childhood caring for her brother. It was in her blood. It was who she was. Brenda's sister Kim became a nurse, probably for the same reason. The Andrews were her family now, and Rob was a natural family man, having grown up with 3 brothers of his own. Brenda and Rob were active in their community in the church they attended, called Village Baptist Church. Brenda would even help out with the Sunday school classes. After Tri-City was born, Brenda quit her job and became a stay-at-home mom. It might have been the fact that both Rob and Brenda's mothers did the same. They were very attentive to their children, and Brenda felt the pressure to follow in their footsteps and stay at home with her child as well. She could have thought that this would give her the best life possible. Plus, financially, Rob was in a position to support their entire family on his own and provide them with a very comfortable lifestyle, including the ability to purchase a home in an upscale suburban neighborhood of Landsbrook in Oklahoma City. According to landsbrook.org, it's a welcoming, family-friendly neighborhood with a lot of charm. In addition to a lake, it has 4 parks with playgrounds, walking trails, a large pool, a tennis court, and security. There are several social events each week to ensure the continued development of new friendships and pride in the neighborhood. It was the perfect place for the Andrew family to grow. It was beautiful, with lots of kids having fun at the community pool, barbecues, and events at the clubhouse, smiling children at those parks I just talked about. It was a great way for moms who were at home with their children to socialize. And that's exactly what Brenda did. It's an estate that consists of 180 acres, around 400 single-family homes, duplexes, and beautiful landscaping. The Andrew home had 3 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and was close to 4,000 square feet on a 6,050 square foot lot. If you've been here before, you know I'm probably going to find pictures, and here they are. It's got a 2-car garage, a nice big beautiful front yard. I love the little stone walkway that goes from the driveway to the front door. Hardwood floors, a beautiful fireplace in the sitting room, a nice big kitchen for family meals, and it's also a multi-level home. It has a big deck out in the back, perfect for entertaining guests, barbecuing, kids running around, and having a good time playing together. The rooms were very spacious. Look at the yard though. This really is what people dream about, the American dream, and the Andrew family was living it. It just hurts me to think that they've worked so hard to get here. Because, I'm sure you realize, we wouldn't be talking about this family if something terrible hadn't happened to them. Brenda traded in her 9-to-5 for changing diapers, bouncing her little bundle of joy on her knee, socializing with other moms at the park, grocery shopping, and putting those little home economic skills that she learned in high school to practice. She definitely was following in her mother's footsteps with cooking and sewing and being a full-time mom and wife. She was good at it too. She was devoted to her role. She would have delicious dinners made and ready for Rob as soon as he came through that door every evening from work. Rob worked a lot because he wanted to provide everything he could for his growing family, and it was growing because 4 years after Tri-City was born, they welcomed a son, Parker Bryce. Now the Andrew family was really complete, and we are back where I started with the story, with the family of 4, Brenda, Rob, Tri-City, and Parker. This is how they became the Andrew family. Brenda went from small-town girl to basically a super mom. She did it all. She was at the Girl Scout meeting, the bake sale fundraiser for the neighborhood, teaching the Sunday school classes, attending church regularly, maintaining a social life at her church with her church friends, in the neighborhood with neighborhood friends, and even at Rob's work functions with his work friends and colleagues and their wives. They had a good balance. Rob was dedicating his time to making sure the family had everything they needed financially, and Brenda was making sure that the household ran smoothly, that their children were in school and involved in their sports, music, and extracurricular activities. They were just a happy couple, a happy family. However, happy or not, I told you, nobody's relationship is perfect. Recall how I mentioned there was a time when Rob started to pick up his Bible more, even though they were already attending church. Rob was doing a lot as far as bringing in the salary that afforded his family this amazing home in this upscale neighborhood, nice cars, and the essentials. He still felt like he wasn't doing enough for Brenda. He loved her so much, and there was nothing he wouldn't do to make sure that she had everything she needed to be happy. And nobody said she wasn't happy, but Rob just kind of thought that they weren't as close as they were before, and as close as he wanted them to be. But that's to be expected in a lot of relationships. This is what happens when people become busy. Sometimes they don't have the same connection as they once did when they were dating, when things were fun and exciting because you had children in the mix, friends, work, and lots of new responsibilities. That kind of thing can make things a little dull and monotonous. Not only that, sometimes when you're working very long hours day in and day out, week after week, year after year, you can let your youthful physique go. You're sitting at a desk, entertaining clients, going out for dinners all the time and time again. Well, that was what Rob was doing. While Brenda was active at the pool, at the park, playing with the kids, I told you she had blossomed into a very stunning woman. Rob was so proud to have her on his arm. She was a complete package. Some would probably refer to her as the trophy wife. I have to mention, Brenda traded in her turtlenecks for definitely more revealing, mature adult clothing. If Rob thought she was hot at 19, he thought she was even more gorgeous at 30. But Rob wasn't the only one who noticed his wife. Yes, there were comments. She didn't look like the other wives that came to the work events. Many of the women were considered to dress frumpy or conservative, but not Brenda. She was different. She had enough of wearing modest outfits in her past. She was a grown woman who made her own rules, and good for her. That's the thing, though. She also looked a lot younger for her age. She was 30, and sometimes people would look and pause because of what she was wearing, as she looked 10 years younger. She could still pass for 20, even though she was 30. Rob kind of felt like he needed to keep up. We've all been there, one way or another. Even if it's not in a relationship, it could be trying to maintain a certain caliber at your job, or being at a different place in your life than someone else. It can put a lot of stress on someone, and Rob just didn't feel like he was good enough. He started to confide in his friends and family, telling them, "I want to have a stronger bond with my wife." So they gave him the advice to seek counseling from a pastor at their church and lean into God. In doing so, it renewed or revived Rob's faith, and it became more powerful than ever. He went from going out drinking with his clients to praying over them and listening to what God wanted when it came to everything that was important to him. Whether it was the fact that he threw himself into this religious aspect of his life and kind of forgot about anything he thought was wrong, or if it really did help to strengthen their marriage, either way, Rob became a fixture at the local church. Over the years, people watched him grow in his faith and become a mentor to others. He was very respected. There were other men who wanted what Rob had, with his family, his career, his finances, and his spirituality. He was looked at as a very devoted Christian. Over the next few years, many people began going to Rob for advice. They knew that he would always give them a positive attitude and open and honest answers. That's why the elders in the church actually looked toward Rob. It was 1997 when something happened with a fellow church, and they were in need. Their pastor had resigned, and it was a big deal because they lost the leader of their entire church, and they did not know what to do. Rob stepped up because he felt like this was part of his mission, to come up with a plan. That's what he did for work. He would come up with a plan. Even though it was advertising and marketing, it was still kind of the same thing. They had to advertise and market this church to have a new pastor want to come and be the leader. He and other members from the church got together and they prayed. They would have regular prayer meetings, trying to find out what God wanted them to do for the future of this church. Finally, Rob and a few others with the means to do so came up with a plan. They decided that their church would sponsor a new church for the one that lost their pastor. Rob was pivotal in this coming together. He founded this new church. It was called North Point Baptist Church, and he also became a deacon there. Now Rob, Brenda, and their children were even more of a fixture at North Point Baptist Church, because they started to attend that one instead of Village Baptist. All eyes were on them, but mostly Brenda, because they didn't think she was dressing appropriately. This was an ongoing situation, and Brenda did not seem to care. It's not as though they were going to kick her out of a church that her husband founded. After all, aren't Christians supposed to be accepting? I don't know. I'm not sure, but they weren't accepting of her at this point. Despite the complaints, Brenda continued to wear what she wanted and teach her 5th grade Sunday school class every week. Rob continued to fulfill his role as deacon for North Point Baptist. He even did missionary work in South America and remained devoted to his family and smitten with Brenda. In 1999, Brenda's mom, Rose, retired so that she could spend time with her husband of 42 years and their grandchildren. Both Brenda and Rob's parents and families were very involved in their children's lives. Brenda's sister Kimberly and Rob's 3 brothers would regularly get together for holidays and birthdays. Kimberly would come to Parker and Tri-City sporting events. She also loved to take them to Winshell's Donut House every Saturday for donuts. That sounds yummy. Brenda had always been close with her sister, so it's no surprise that her sister was a huge part of her children's lives. Rob's dad was in real estate. It was a family business called Andrew Real Estate. Rob's dad served as the real estate commissioner, and his brother Tom served as District 1 vice president and had been on the local community board of realtors for a long time. Both families doted on their grandchildren and had the means to do so. They were also trying to instill the same values in them that they had instilled in Brenda and Rob. They just had no idea that on Rob's 39th birthday party, September 19, 2001, it would be the very last time that family had an ordinary celebration together. Their lives were about to change forever. Over the years, other significant changes had already occurred. One was the heartbreaking death of Brenda's father on September 16, 2000, the day of Brenda's sister's birthday. How sad is it if your father were to die on your birthday? It's a day that you usually celebrate happiness in life, and now it was a yearly reminder that their father was no longer with them. These are the times that families come together. Kim and her husband Jim were close with Brenda. They had 5 kids of their own, and this was the first parent that had passed away, so it changed things. A year later, in November 2001, the families were gearing up for the Thanksgiving holiday, which fell on November 22nd that year. But just 2 days before they had a chance to come together for food and fun, time would stand still. Another tragedy would occur. On the evening of November 20th, a 911 call came in to the Oklahoma City Police Department, reporting what sounded like shots fired in the quiet Landsbrook neighborhood. Shortly after that, another 911 call came from Shaftesbury Road, the address of Brenda and Rob Andrew. The woman's voice on the other end was frantic. You could hardly understand what she was saying. She couldn't even catch her breath. Something terrible had happened. It was Brenda, and she'd been shot. She had finally managed to get to the phone to call 911 and was desperately trying to explain to the operator that someone had come into her home and fired shots at both her and her husband, Rob. The operator was trying to understand what was going on, but Brenda was hyperventilating. She told him, "I've been shot. My husband has been shot." When they asked her who shot them, she said she didn't know but needed help, that there was blood everywhere, that her arm was stinging, and that she was hurt. She made her way back to the garage where Rob was lying on the ground. The operator asked if he was still breathing, and she said yes, he was still breathing and trying to talk. The operator told her that help would be on the way. They sent EMTs and police out to the Andrew home, and they arrived within minutes. When they got on the scene, the garage door was open, and they could see Brenda kneeling on the ground beside Rob, who was lying face up on the garage floor near the door that led into the home. They could tell that both Brenda and Rob were injured. The EMTs began to render aid to both victims. This just didn't happen in this neighborhood. It was a quiet community. They didn't hear about violence, let alone something like this happening to a family like this. As emergency personnel got closer to Rob, they noticed he was clutching a trash bag against his body in front of him. He was not breathing. He was lying there, lifeless, in a pool of blood. It was obvious upon closer inspection that he had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the side of his neck and one in his stomach. Sadly, at this point, there was nothing they could do for Rob, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Brenda was also hurt. She was shot in the upper part of her left arm and was being transferred to the hospital for treatment. The police were trying to ask her as many questions as they could to find out who did this, and she was giving them as much information as possible. But she was in a terrifying situation and was in shock. Who wouldn't be? She had just witnessed her husband being murdered and someone attempting to murder her too. All she could remember was that 2 men, she believed they were men, in dark clothing with ski masks had entered her garage while she and Rob were inside. She said they started shooting and then fled on foot. Now the police were concerned about the neighborhood and the community. These people could be anywhere at this point, so they put a helicopter in the sky and decided to canvass the neighborhood. They went door to door on foot and were also patrolling in vehicles to see if they could locate anyone matching that description. Meanwhile, other officers who had arrived on the scene were doing a sweep of the house. This was a 3-level home. They had to make their way from the garage up to the other bedrooms and ultimately to the master bedroom, where they could hear the TV on. With their guns drawn, they entered that bedroom and found both of the children, 11-year-old Tri-City and 7-year-old Parker, watching TV, unharmed. Thank goodness. They were taken out of the house and over to a neighbor's home until the scene was cleared. But these poor children had no idea what had just happened to their parents. I honestly cannot imagine. They were just so lucky, and so was Brenda. They were lucky to be alive, but Brenda was not without injury. She was rushed to the hospital to treat the bullet wound, and luckily it hadn't hit any major arteries. It was a through-and-through wound, so the bullet wasn't lodged inside. However, she did need to stay in the hospital overnight to make sure that everything was okay. Detectives were eager to get information from her, but they knew that she needed to relax because she was going to be told that her husband was deceased. The coroner was called out, and the death investigation technicians removed Rob from the scene so that the crime scene techs could begin to collect evidence. The first thing they noticed was the black trash bag that Rob was clutching in his hands. They removed it from his grasp and saw that it was full of empty soda cans. The impression that they got was that either Rob used the trash bag as a shield, or he was in the middle of taking out the trash when he was wounded. Here are the significant findings from the scene at the home. A .22 caliber bullet was found stuck in one of the walls of the garage. A 16-gauge shotgun shell was found on top of Brenda's maroon minivan, which was parked inside the garage. Rob's black Nissan was parked outside in front of the garage. There were no signs of forced entry on any of the doors or windows in the home. It's likely that the perpetrators entered through the open garage door from the driveway area. Rob's wallet was still in his pocket, and some of the pellets from the shotgun had gone through portions of his wallet. None of the Andrews' valuables had been removed, nothing was taken, and no cars were stolen. However, it was unclear if there was cash stashed in the home or other valuables. At this point, they were categorizing this as a home invasion, but did not know why someone would target the Andrew family. They did have money, plus they were one of the only families home during the Thanksgiving holiday, which is a big time for crime. Black Friday is usually one of the biggest days for hits like this, with lots of Christmas presents inside before Christmas morning shopping. People are often out of town, so perhaps the person who did this thought the Andrews would be gone. Once that garage door opened and they realized Brenda and Rob were inside, things went awry. From the evidence gathered, Rob had been shot in 2 different places, his neck and his stomach. The wounds indicated that the 16-gauge shotgun was the weapon used, and a .22 caliber gun was used on Brenda. Despite losing a significant amount of blood, Brenda was coherent and requested to be brought down to Oklahoma City Police Headquarters to provide details she could remember from the attack. Meanwhile, police were going door to door. They noticed that many people were out of town for Thanksgiving, and the neighborhood was very quiet. 2 neighbors had heard something that night, Lisa Kistler heard a loud noise like 3 shotgun blasts, and Carol Schudded heard someone scream. The police searched by car around the vicinity, but nothing turned up. This wasn't much for detectives to go on. Even though doctors wanted Brenda to rest, she was adamant about going down to the police station and telling them everything right away. She did not want to wait a second. She didn't want to forget anything while everything was fresh in her mind. She wanted to get down there immediately, still in her hospital gown. When she talked to investigators, she explained that she and her husband were in the garage. He was working on relighting the pilot light on the furnace because it had gone out again. As they were working on it, 2 people walked through the open garage door out of nowhere. Without warning, they came towards them, and the next thing she knew, she heard a shot ring out. Everything happened really fast, and she couldn't tell exactly what was going on. At that point, she was in shock. She ran towards the inner part of the house through that door because her children were in there. While running that way, she heard a second shot followed by a third. Then she noticed something happened to her arm, so she ran to grab the phone, dialed 911, and then ran up to the master bedroom to make sure the children were okay. All the while, she was explaining what was happening to the 911 operator. She said she saw 2 people, she thought they were men, wearing all black and ski masks covering their faces. She went back down to the garage, and while she was on the phone with 911, she was checking on Rob. Everything else had already been recorded for the police. This was good information, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them to go on. Criminals don't exactly try to expose their identity when committing crimes. But since nothing had been taken, they wondered why else someone would target the Andrew family. Brenda explained that this wasn't the first time their home had been targeted. She had talked to the police about 3 months earlier about someone who had possibly tried to burglarize their home. They asked the typical questions. Were there any enemies that your family had? She said she didn't think so, but didn't know everything about what Rob did. He went away a lot on business trips and knew a lot more people than she did. Both of them were involved in their community and their church. They definitely didn't have any volatile situations with anyone in their lives, so she had no idea. She was also obviously still in shock and distraught. Most of all, Brenda wants to know where her children are. The police are still questioning her and ask if the men said anything. She responds that she did hear them say something to Rob, but she couldn't make out what it was. She didn't recognize their voices. And so far, everything that investigators know about the crime scene matches what Brenda is telling them. They now believe there were 2 shooters, considering the 2 calibers of weapons used in the crime. As you might expect, they need to fan out and find people who knew the Andrew family, specifically Rob, since it appears he was the initial target. They need to understand what his lifestyle was really like. Looks can be deceiving, and there might be hidden aspects of someone's life that are not immediately apparent. Just because someone goes to church doesn't mean they are a good person, or that their community involvement is a front. It's imperative for investigators to go to Rob's work, his church, and any other place where they might locate someone who could provide information about whether anyone wanted to harm Rob or his family. They are also interviewing Brenda's friends and family. Fortunately, the couple shared many friends, as Brenda often socialized with the wives of Rob's friends. The word about the tragedy travels rapidly, especially in a quiet neighborhood like this. The media is all over it, and families who were out of town for the holiday are concerned about whether their homes have been robbed. The police can't check each home individually to see if they've been burglarized. While searching for the perpetrators, they could have been robbing other houses, adding to the anxiety of the community. When Brenda and Rob's next-door neighbors, Judy and Dean Gigstad, hear about the tragedy, they can't believe it. They're shocked to see their neighborhood on the news with reports of a murder. Judy immediately calls Brenda, who initially doesn't answer, but eventually does. Judy is distraught and asks when she will be back. Brenda, knowing she needs support, plans to cut their vacation short and return in a few days. They are eager to return home to check on their house and belongings. Brenda, who was planning the holidays, now has to plan her husband's funeral. Brenda will have the support of her family, including her sister Kimberly, her sister's husband Jim, and the police who are notifying Rob's family, his brothers Bill, Tim, and Tom, as well as his mother Llewellyn and father Yar. The news of the tragedy is heartbreaking for Rob's family, but they remain strong in their faith and focus on supporting Brenda and the children. As the investigators continue their work, 5 days pass with numerous interviews and calls. A significant development occurs when Judy and Dean return from their trip. They get a major break in the case, not as witnesses, but due to their proximity to the Andrew home. Judy and Dean's house is located to the left of the Andrew home when facing it. One of the rooms in their house overlooks the deck on the side of Brenda and Rob's home. The two homes are very close, separated only by a fence. Judy's house has 4 bedrooms. As Judy is unpacking her suitcase in the master bedroom and organizing her clothes and shoes, she opens the closet door and notices something immediately. She's scared because there's something that's not right. She used to have a little shoe rack, and it was gone. Why would a shoe rack be gone? All the shoes were still there, they were just placed on the floor where the shoe rack used to be. That's weird. That's odd. She doesn't want to be too alarmed or anything because one of her sons, Jeff, did stop by the home before heading out to meet them for the Thanksgiving holiday out of town. But as she's looking around the room, she notices that her bed is lopsided. It's tilted to one side. Something is not right. Something's off. She kneels down, gets on the floor, and starts to look underneath. That's when she finds the shoe rack. She pulls it out from under the bed, and as you can see, it's clearly broken. It looks like someone stuffed it under the bed to hide it. What is going on here? Judy moves to the next room, which is the bedroom that overlooks Brenda and Rob's deck, the one I showed you right here. While she's in that room, she immediately notices that the closet door is wide open, and she knows she would not have left it open. Once again, she's thinking, okay, maybe her son Jeff, who was supposed to come by and get a few things, left it open. She looks down, and sitting on the ground in front of the closet door is a 16-gauge shotgun shell. That's definitely not normal. That is not her shotgun shell. Now they know someone has been inside their home, and that is terrifying. When Dean looks at the shotgun shell, he says it looks like it has been ejected from a gun. Well, that's concerning, because the only person that comes to mind who had access to their home was their son Jeff. They call him up, and at this point they're thinking, could he have had something to do with that crime? They're just trying to come up with all kinds of theories. At this point, they have no idea what's going on. Jeff would come over from time to time. He doesn't have to tell them he is coming, but he would come to borrow things. They asked him, okay, so you've been inside the house? Were you in these rooms when you came over? Because supposedly, he stopped there for a playpen for his kid before he met them on their trip. He tells his mom, I was there, but no, I didn't even go in your bedroom. I didn't break your shoe rack. I only went in the guest bedroom to get the playpen, and then I left. But the room he's talking about was the room with the closet door open and the shotgun shell. It was sitting on its brass rod. I'm going to show it to you right here. This is the way it looks, because it's a 16 gauge, one that's not the most common. You usually see a 12 gauge or even a 20 gauge, but a 16 gauge is not as common. Dean had remembered when he was listening to the TV that Rob was shot with a 16 gauge shotgun. So they immediately call the police. Now, an investigation begins at the Gigstar's house. The investigators get into the closet where the shoe rack was, and they guess it was probably used to get into the attic, because when they look up, they notice that the access point to the attic has been slid open. They figure out that someone has climbed into that attic and stepped on the shoe rack, which didn't hold their weight and broke. So they probably just stuffed it under the bed because they wanted to buy some time in case someone came home. Maybe they wouldn't notice. But of course they did. So that attic crawl space cover was opened, and they went up there and found bullets inside. These were unused bullets from a .22 caliber. If you remember, that was the caliber used to cause Brenda the injury to her arm. In this attic, there's a small window, and guess where that window looks out to? Directly to the Andrews home. So of course, investigators are now theorizing that the killers were inside the gig star's home, planning this ambush on this family. But who is the killer? Well, Judy has to admit to the investigators that their son Jeff was inside on the day the murder took place. He had the key to their home, which was relevant because there were no signs of forced entry at their residence. Because Jeff was the last known person inside their residence, and he had access with a key, they have to question him. He is now at the top of the potential suspects list. He explains he wasn't there on the day of the murders. He was there the day after the murders in the morning. He wants to be clear and make sure they understand that this is the truth. Jeff's alibi is that 1, he was never at the residence on the day of the murder, so he couldn't have done anything wrong. And 2, he could prove it. He was there to check on his parents' house, collect their mail, and get the playpen to take on the trip to Kansas for the holiday. When he was on his way out the door, he noticed there were messages that had not been listened to yet on the answering machine. He pressed play and listened to a couple of the messages. They were from friends of the family, and they were asking if everybody was okay because they had just heard the news about the murders. The answering machine has a record of when the messages were played, and the messages were played the day after the murders, just like Jeff said. Jeff was the gig star's adult son. He was married with children, and he said he was home with his wife when he found out about the murders. They asked him if he had any weapons, and he does. He has a shotgun. So they definitely need to take a look, but they realize right away it's a 12 gauge, not a 16 gauge like the one that killed Rob. This, coupled with the fact that he had an alibi and no motive that they could think of to want to hurt this family, means they had to move on to other suspects. But after speaking with Jeff and doing ballistics testing, the test confirmed that the ammo was from the same weapon used on the Andrews. So the investigators put together a theory of how they think the killers carried out this crime. They believe that after those shots were fired, the perpetrators ran. It would only take seconds to get to the next-door neighbor's home and hide inside. They believe the perpetrators slept there overnight, which is such a nasty, gross feeling, an invasion of privacy, thinking that these people were in your home. But there's something even crazier. So the next place they go after clearing Jeff is North Point Baptist Church. The Andrews family had many friends at this church, and the investigators want to talk to the closest friends first. They meet with a woman named Shannon James. She tells investigators she met Rob when they were on a missions trip together in Brazil. When he told her that he did advertising and marketing, she just lit up. She was so excited and told him that was her dream job. She had always wanted to be in advertising her whole life. So guess what? Rob gave her a job. That's a pretty big deal considering he waited so long to get his dream job. I just want to stop and say the story hasn't even started yet, and it's about to get really crazy. Some of it is going to blow your mind when you find out everything that's going on behind the scenes. Just wait. Shannon explains that Rob is a dedicated Christian with a very strong relationship with Christ. He's a mentor as well as her boss, everything we've already talked about. Moving on, Shannon says that Brenda is a loving mother, sweet and quiet, and teaches Sunday school at church. Detectives are thinking they're not going to get anywhere in this case, because they keep hearing the same things over and over again about Rob and Brenda, no matter who they interview. There are hundreds of people at this church. If you're impatient to know more, just imagine how frustrating it was for detectives, because it's the same story every time. It's like it had almost been rehearsed. Maybe because they're Christians, they didn't want to talk poorly about other Christians. The detectives didn't know for sure, but when you find out, you'll be sitting here scratching your head and saying, why didn't anyone do anything or say anything? Why did all this happen? Could it have been stopped? Those were the things I was thinking. You would think someone like Shannon, who had known Rob for 15 years, the one he gave a job to, would know more about his life. But Rob was private. You're going to find out there's only a handful of people that he really confided in. So what about Brenda? When they were asking around the church, investigators heard that Brenda liked to flirt with other women's husbands and would act a little too friendly toward men other than her husband. She would wear revealing outfits around the house while she had handymen there, or she even changed the color of her hair once because she learned that a guy she was flirting with loved redheads. This sounds more like town gossip than evidence of some kind, but this is what they're gathering at this point. However, the investigators were told they really need to look into what Brenda did in her spare time while Rob was at work. They're also informed that the elders actually asked Brenda to stop teaching Sunday school class. Why was that? They were going to have to meet with them to find out. Maybe it had to do with the next fact they learned about Brenda and Rob, that they didn't have a perfect marriage. They were separated. That's right, so how could this be possible? Because we keep hearing about the fact that they are a happy couple. Sometimes, especially when you are a Christian, you want to keep these things under wraps. Rob wasn't the one who wanted to get divorced. He didn't believe in divorce. He was absolutely in love with Brenda. But apparently, it wasn't the first time they had been separated throughout their 17-year marriage. There were other times when they had to give each other a break, and ultimately, they would end up back together. Unfortunately, over the years, they were growing apart. As individuals, they were both wonderful people to all their friends and family. Brenda was a supportive mother who would do anything for her children, and Rob was a devout Christian, helping his community and bringing people closer to the Lord. But that wasn't bringing his wife closer to him. Eventually, whether it was because Brenda had already lived that life growing up and just wanted to be free, or because the relationship naturally ran its course, the couple started to talk about separating. It's hard. Their lives were so intertwined. They had a bunch of the same friends and a beautiful home where they were raising their young children. These situations are never easy. Rob, being the persistent person that he was, believed in never giving up. He would never give up on Brenda. He was always going to try to reconcile the relationship, no matter what. But just like Rob had been confiding in his friends and family about his insecurities and his desire to be closer to Brenda, she had also been confiding in her friends and family about things going on in their relationship. And it turns out she thought he was kind of an absent father, that he cared more about the church community and his work than being home with his children. She thought he was a workaholic, oppressive, and overbearing, and she had had enough. There are always multiple sides to a story and many different opinions. I guess that Brenda thought strongly enough about the relationship not working out that she refused to continue to try over and over again. It was true, Rob was traveling a lot for his job. As a matter of fact, while the separation was brewing and their marriage seemed to be falling apart, the Twin Towers in New York City were falling to the ground. This was back in September of 2001. The terrorist attacks of 9/11 happened just days before Rob's 39th birthday, September 19th. He was stuck in California after the planes were grounded, and the entire United States was dealing with an absolute devastating catastrophe. Brenda wasn't exactly happy to see Rob when he returned. She was trying to keep her distance so that they could move on to the next step of their separation. However, she did play nicely because it was his birthday and the family still got together. I told you it was going to be the last time they had an ordinary celebration as a family. However, the day afterward, it was time. She basically kicked Rob out of their home. Oh wait, because you need to hear everything. This case gets so twisted, convoluted, and shocking, and I'm sure it's going to affect you as much as it did me. By October 3rd, Brenda had filed for divorce, and even though he was served with the divorce papers, that wasn't going to stop him. He was going to lean into God and pray that his marriage could be healed. Friends and family expected this to be hard for the Andrew family, but they never expected them to go through what they now know happened to them. You never think anything like this is going to happen to the people close to you. Brenda and Rob were still there for their children. They came up with a plan that, for the time being, Rob was going to get a nearby apartment. They both wanted to be supportive of their children, especially with the Thanksgiving holiday around the corner. They wanted things to remain as normal as possible. They were both still spending time with and visiting their children and being involved in their everyday normal activities. But it wasn't really that different for Rob to be at his apartment, because he wasn't around the children as much as Brenda was. She really was the parent in the household. The children were attached to her. She did everything for them. Divorce can be really messy, but sometimes it can be completely amicable. You're dealing with a Christian man and a woman who were raised with the same upbringing and values. But just because you're church-going people doesn't mean that everyone you associate with is good. Somebody wanted to cause harm to the Andrew family. Somebody was concocting a plan. The first clue that something wasn't right was back on October 26th. They find this out when they interview a woman who worked with Rob. Her name is Barb Mercer Green. Barb was Rob's co-worker, friend, and confidant. She was like a second mother to him, since Rob was actually the age of her children. She tried to lend an ear, be a voice of reason, and give him a shoulder to cry on if he needed one. And he needed one. On October 26th, Rob comes into the office, and he's not his normal cheerful, outgoing self. Barb wants to know what is wrong. He doesn't hesitate. He lets her know that something bizarre just happened to him, and he's really freaked out. He walked to his car that morning and saw a pool of liquid underneath, which was concerning. So he drives his car to a nearby auto repair shop. The mechanic takes one look underneath the car, and his eyes get wide. He's shocked. He shares his concern with Rob and says he thinks someone has intentionally cut the brakes on his vehicle. So Rob is shaken up. He doesn't know what's going on. He gets a taxi and goes into work and tells Barb what happened. Now, there's a lot of things you don't know that Barb knows at this point. So I need to go back and explain some of those to you, because they are vital to understanding why Barb was so concerned when Rob came in that day and shared this news with her. First, I want to tell you about what happened when detectives interviewed the elders of the church. They found out that Brenda was dressing inappropriately, but that's not why she got fired from her Sunday school position. It was actually because she was supposedly, possibly, allegedly carrying on inappropriate behaviors with fellow churchgoers, specifically a Sunday school teacher, James Pavitt. Apparently, the interactions were bad enough that the elders fired both of them from the Sunday school. So, who was this James Pavitt person? Well, he was actually a friend of the Andrews family. He was a deacon in the church. He and Rob went on hunting trips together and did business deals with one another. James's wife and family would hang out with the Andrew family. James is about 10 years his senior. He's 48 years old. What's going on? People have said that James and Brenda looked more like boyfriend and girlfriend than just friends. This was the accusation that was the breaking point for Brenda. She filed for divorce because the rumors about her were swirling forever, and they just kept going. Finally, they got into Rob's head. Rob ended up confronting her, and she said, "I've had enough. I am not doing anything inappropriate with this man, but I'm filing for divorce." The whispers actually started before this. James had filed for divorce earlier that summer, and that's when people at the church started to assume he did that because he was obsessed with Brenda. They were seen acting, in the words of the women at the church, like teenagers, giggling and passing notes around during church service. The parents started to be uncomfortable sending their children to Sunday school, so they both had to be terminated from their positions. This is when all of this is going to come together, but not really, because there are so many twists and turns. Once you find out exactly what's going on, it's still going to be bizarre. I had to know everything, every detail. I just had to find out, and investigators do too. They're speculating that possibly there was some kind of obsession going on here, that James was obsessed with Brenda, that the families had spent time together, and somehow he became infatuated with her. Possibly she was very friendly with James. He thought she wanted something that he did, but she possibly wanted more and didn't want to give it to him. So he decided to hurt the family. James was pretty respected in the church community as well, but he was also feared because he was formerly in the Air Force. There were rumors that he was in the Special Forces. He would actually brag that he had killed people and that he was a really dangerous person. So maybe his past caught up with him, and maybe he was being a dangerous person once again. They have to know more. So this is where we left off with Barb. Rob's confidant at work. After Rob found out the rumors were swirling about James and Brenda, he kinda went off on her, which is what led to her filing for divorce. I can't know for sure whether Rob was just paranoid when he walked in that day, knowing his brakes had been cut, but he told Barb he thought James was trying to kill him. Detectives had gotten in touch with James Pavitt's ex-wife. James met her when he was in the Air Force in Southeast Asia. He was a military police officer, and they had been married for 9 years before their divorce in 2001. Investigators asked her what she could tell them about James. She said he was the kindest man she had ever met. He was so kind all throughout their marriage. But he said he wanted a divorce because she didn't get along with his family. However, as they got closer to getting the actual divorce, he said it was for her protection because of the problems with his previous duty in the Special Forces. He told her Korea was the only place where she would be safe in the whole world. She ended up moving back to Korea, but she returned because not long after the divorce, James called her and said he had made the biggest mistake of his life. But when she came back, she said the man she had always known wasn't there anymore. It wasn't the same man she had known for the past 9 years. Something wasn't right with him, and it was very concerning. They asked her where he was, and she said she didn't know. She said she wasn't even sure where he was living, but she did have his work address. He was currently working for Prudential Insurance Company. So they went there to talk to his supervisor, and that's when they find out from coworkers that he liked to impress people with his ability to kill. He seemed to have an obsession with bragging about how dangerous he was. So it's true. What we heard earlier is corroborated. Not only that, and this is really disgusting to me personally as an animal lover, specifically a dog lover, but one of his coworkers said that James liked to shoot dogs. Every time he would see a dog, he would talk about shooting it. That's sad, disgusting, and mean. Another coworker described him as creepy. At this point, he shoots to the top of the list when it comes to potential suspects for detectives. They're going to track James down, but there's something more important happening. Rob's funeral. It was Monday, November 26th at Crossings Community Church at 10 a.m. All of Rob's closest friends and family were gathered together to say goodbye to a man they loved and adored and who would be gone forever. It seemed like everyone had shown up. Everyone from church, from Jordan, Rob's entire family, Brenda's entire family, their neighborhood friends. The entire place was packed. He had a huge group of clients that he worked with over the years, and everyone came to pay their respects. The funeral kept being postponed. It wasn't starting. Finally, one of the ministers presiding over the funeral got up and said they weren't starting on time because some of the family members were not there. This raised a red flag, and everybody started looking around, trying to figure out which family member would be missing or late. 10 minutes went by. The funeral still hadn't started. Then 20 minutes went by. So many people wanted to say goodbye to Rob and support Brenda and the children, but that's the thing, and this is so scary. As people continued to look around, they were not seeing Brenda or the children anywhere. This was out of character for Brenda. They had no idea what was going on. Brenda had planned the funeral arrangements with her family and her neighbor Judy. Everyone was immediately concerned. They didn't want to jump to conclusions quite yet, so they waited. But after 45 minutes, with no sign of Brenda, and multiple calls going straight to her voicemail, family members called the police and asked them to do a welfare check at the Andrew home. They were worried that something had happened to the children and Brenda, that maybe the criminals had come back to finish the job. It was terrifying. While the funeral was going on, police went to the house and didn't find anything out of the ordinary by walking around the perimeter of the home. They looked in the windows and went back, telling the family they didn't find anything. Because the funeral was going on, it was hard for the family to stop what they were doing to figure out exactly what happened. They thought the police were going to take care of it. When nothing was taken care of and the funeral was over, the family insisted the police go back. This time they said, "Take a key, go inside, and find out what's going on." Inside, they found out that the minivan was gone. It had been parked in the garage just a day earlier, and now it was gone. so the police get a phone call from Brenda's sister, Kim. She says, "Listen, I just found out Brenda and the kids are fine. I'm going to track them down and have them call you." However, after some time goes by and the police do not hear from her, they call Kim back. She said, "You know what? I'm really sorry. I was wrong. I had bad information. I don't know where Brenda is." Wow, how can you make that mistake? But it happened. I guess they were literally playing telephone. But it's only gonna get worse. This is when police reach out once again to James's supervisor and find out that James hasn't been to work in a week. At this point, they feel like they're in a race against time. This man is clearly dangerous, and sure enough, just a few hours later, police find James's pickup truck near Southwest 122nd and Penn Avenue. There's something worse. It's something they find out that makes them very fearful for the safety of these children. Someone comes forward and says they were a witness to a notarized document presented by James Pavitt. This document was supposedly signed by Robert Andrew, allowing his daughter Trinity and son Parker to leave the country. This document was used by James to have travel visas issued for Brenda and Rob's children. This man is trying to take these two poor little children out of the country. They just lost their father and their mother had almost been killed. This to me is crazy. I would be out of my mind. Authorities issue an all-points bulletin for Brenda and the children because they're starting to think that James killed Rob, and possibly now Brenda, and plans to hurt the children. From all the reports they got, it seems like James has been gone for about a day, but Brenda may have been gone longer. The neighbor, Dean, comes forward and says that he tried to call Brenda the night before around 7 p.m. and didn't get an answer. He called back at 8 p.m. and still didn't hear back from her. At this point, no one is sure who spoke to Brenda last and whether she and the children are safe. As investigators dig deeper, they look into Brenda and James's bank accounts and find out that Brenda has recently transferred money out of an account that she shared with Rob, her deceased husband. This isn't necessarily something to be too suspicious about, but for all they know, she could have been forced to do so. That's what they were thinking until friends start coming forward with more information. One of those friends was Barb, remember her? She was Rob's confidant. Over the years, Barb had been there to listen to a lot of stories about Brenda from Rob. So while these stories are only one-sided, Barb told investigators that there was a night when the family was having spaghetti dinner. Brenda was getting annoyed. She told Rob she hated the way he ate food and proceeded to dump a plate of pasta into his lap. Not only that, but according to Rob, Brenda had always hated things about him. On their wedding night, she told him she thought the marriage was a mistake and that she hated him. If all this is true, why was Rob still with Brenda, and what was the context? It's not as though either one of these people were forced to marry each other, from what I read. But Barb insists that from the day they were married forward, Brenda has never been faithful to Rob. James is just one of many of her affairs. Barb says, "You know who you need to talk to? Ron Stump. He was Rob's best friend. He's the guy Brenda was flirting with, once her husband's own best friend. Ron is the one who liked redheads, and immediately the next time he saw her, she had red hair. The floodgates are about to open. Ron Stump is the man who's known Rob the longest. He's his very best friend and spends a lot of time with Rob. What I heard from this interview made me really sad. It started to make me think about whether I actually know any of the people in my life the way I think I do." Investigators track Ron down for questioning. It was basically the case of how far back do you want me to go, because clearly he was about to tell them a lot of information about Brenda and his best friend Rob. It made me sad, as I said, because he explained what they already heard before, that Brenda didn't seem to love Rob the way that Rob loved Brenda. It always seemed one-sided. Ron tells investigators they need to track down Rob's journal, his prayer journal. Not only does he write scripture in there, but he writes everything about his life. They need to look at it because if they do, they'll find out everything Ron is going to tell them and be able to corroborate all the stories. Starting with the fact that before they got married, when they were engaged, Rob decided to surprise Brenda when she was at college in Kansas. When he drives up to the campus and asks where she is because she's not in her own dorm room, he's directed to the dorm room of Brenda's ex-boyfriend. That's right, she was staying in her ex-boyfriend's dorm room the night before, and it's clear that she wasn't being faithful to Rob even back then. He did confide in his dad about the situation and others, explaining it in a way saying that maybe it was just something innocent, but deep down he knew. But he just loved her so much that he let it slide. It's also true that on their wedding night, not only did she say that the marriage was a mistake, but she really did say that she hated him. This marriage was a disaster from the beginning, and Ron and others couldn't understand why Rob wouldn't see things their way. It's like he just wanted it to work so badly and thought that he would be able to change her, but it only got worse. Even when Ron would say something like, "Rob, wake up, see what's going on around you," the people who loved Rob were only trying to help. But Rob had that persistent attitude that was part of his DNA. He never wanted to give up. Ron told investigators he knew for sure there were 2 affairs that Brenda definitely engaged in. One of the affairs happened in 1997. Back when Brenda was working at the bank, she met a friend there whose husband was Rick Nunley. Rick and his wife would hang out with Brenda and Rob, go on double dates, and get to know each other more. Brenda started to confide in Rick about some of the issues she was having in her marriage, and Rick confided in Brenda about some of his own problems. Over the years, they became closer, sharing things about their marriages that they were concerned about or disliked about their partners. Eventually, Rick filed for divorce in October 1997. When investigators asked him his thoughts on Brenda, he said she was very hospitable, intelligent, loved her children, was a good cook, and a nice person. However, that nice person found out he filed for divorce and started coming on to him. It takes 2 to tango, and eventually they ended up having a sexual relationship. This relationship lasted for months until the spring of 1998, when it fizzled out. Despite that, Brenda and Rick remained really good friends. They would call each other regularly, talk about everything in their lives, and occasionally meet in person. Rick says that at this point they were strictly platonic, but Brenda continued to share information and confide in him about her issues with Rob. She expressed many times that she didn't want to be with him anymore. Investigators pressed Ron for more information, asking if Brenda had ever talked about wanting to hurt her husband. He said no, nothing of that nature. She never gave him any impression that she would hurt Rob in any way. Cell phone records indicated there were 87 calls between Brenda and Rick during the months of September, October, and November 2001. If only we knew exactly what those phone calls were about. The next affair that Ron tells investigators about involved a man named James Higgins, who was also married. This happened in 1999. As I explain this to you, I'm telling you what Ron is saying to investigators, and then what the people they investigated are saying back to the investigators, if that makes sense. When questioned, Mr. Higgins said he met Brenda while working at the grocery store. She came in, flirted, and was very friendly. When asked what he meant by flirting, Higgins said she was dressed in sexy outfits, short dresses and tops showing cleavage, and she came on to him until he finally reacted. Despite being married, they ended up getting together. In March 1999, Brenda came into the grocery store, handed him a key to a motel room and said, "Meet me there when you get off work." Higgins did just that. When asked who paid for the hotels, Higgins said Brenda did. Their sexual relationship continued for over a year, with most of their meetings occurring at motels, hotels, and sometimes even in her car. There were instances where they had sex in the Andrew home, which is particularly disturbing. This affair continued until May 2001, just before Rob was found murdered. Why did it end? Brenda told Higgins it wasn't fun anymore. Running around behind her husband's back had lost its appeal. However, she kept Higgins around, just as she did with her previous lover, Rick. Higgins even became a friend of the family. Brenda introduced him to her children and her husband, and eventually hired Higgins to do renovations on the Andrew home, including a new paint job. Neighbors commented that the paint wasn't even dry before Robert was killed, an expression indicating it was done just before his death. Higgins also mentioned that although they were still friends and he was helping with renovations, he got upset when Brenda started coming on to his sons. While the exact age of the sons is unclear, they were likely teenagers, given their involvement in the renovation. This brings us to whether Brenda was responsible for Rob's death. Some believe it's not about her killing him, but about letting men into her life who would continue wanting relationships even when Brenda was done. Someone like James. According to Ron, James and Brenda were definitely having an affair. Ron told investigators some things we already knew. James used to be in the military, recently got a divorce, but the affair started well before that, probably right after she ended things with Higgins. James and Brenda even took a trip together with the children to Texas, which Brenda loved. I guess Brenda was mad that Rob made her leave, and maybe she planned on starting a new life with her secret lover and her children back in Texas. However, to be fair, this was after Rob and Brenda had separated. She was free to date whoever she wanted and be with whoever she wanted. She was an adult after all, and they were getting a divorce. Her intention was to leave Rob, and it was like once those divorce papers were put into motion, that's when things started to go awry. Ron mentions the brake lines, and we already know we've heard this from Barb, but Ron goes further to say that Rob called the police about this and filed a report. Investigators are on it, wanting to pull up that information to see if there's anything relevant to the case. Rob Andrew had filed a report with the Oklahoma City Police. He detailed his suspicion that James Pavat had cut his brake lines and was trying to kill him by causing an accident on the highway. Why? Because one day while he was at work, he received a phone call from a strange woman, not Brenda. She said, "Is this Mr. Andrew?" He said yes. She continued, "Oh my God, hurry, come quick. Your wife and your kids have had an accident and have been rushed to Norman Hospital. Get here as fast as you can." That hospital was 40 minutes away, and Rob would have had to get on the highway to get there. It seemed suspicious, and he thought something was off. His brakes were cut, and now he was getting this call, like the oldest trick in the book. He told the police that someone was trying to kill him and that he suspected James. Rob also told police about his suspicion that James might be having a relationship with his wife. At this point, Rob decides to look into his life insurance policy. It makes sense to check if you think someone might be trying to kill you, especially since his wife was the beneficiary. What was even more unbelievable was that James Pavat was the one who wrote the insurance policy because he was an insurance agent at Prudential Life Insurance. Before this, Rob and James were friends. They went on hunting trips together, were both deacons at the church, and did business together. One of those businesses was this life insurance policy, an $800,000 policy, with Brenda as the beneficiary. Rob contacted James and confronted him, saying he needed to change the beneficiary on his policy to his children. For some reason, James was trying to convince Rob that he couldn't change it because he didn't own the policy. This happened right before the Andrews divorce hearing, scheduled for November 1st. James was actually subpoenaed to testify at that hearing, but November 1st rolled around and he was nowhere to be found. He was held in contempt of court. At the divorce hearing, Rob told the judge he wanted the life insurance beneficiary changed from Brenda to his children. The judge issued an order and the change was made. The new beneficiary was the children, and one of Rob's brothers was the trustee. As investigators continued their work, they found out that the day after the divorce hearing, Brenda called the insurance company to check if she was still the beneficiary on Rob's insurance policy. They told her she was again because a document had just been faxed in and backdated to March, containing what looked like Rob's signature. Interestingly, at the divorce hearing, when the judge asked what Rob and Brenda argued about, Rob said the only arguments he had ever had with Brenda were about removing her from the insurance policy. This made him believe that James and Brenda were conspiring to kill him to claim the $800,000 life insurance policy. That's why, the day after the hearing, Rob filed a more explicit report with the police, saying they were conspiring to kill him. Still, the police did nothing. Rob was so scared that on November 19th, the day before he was murdered, He provided the police with a cassette tape containing 2 suspicious calls urging him to rush to Norman Hospital. After the call from the strange woman, he received another call from a man saying the exact same thing. At this point, Rob is thinking someone's trying to kill him. Investigators dig up the 911 call, where you hear him literally telling the dispatcher that it sounds like attempted murder. Rob is solving his own murder from the grave. Meanwhile, they come across journal entries, and this was incredibly sad. The entries from the weeks prior to his death reveal the pain he was going through and how he was trying to cope with the loss of the wife he loved. One of the passages said, "I'm in great pain. It was on November 14th. Jesus will intercede for me and will allow right things to occur for me. I don't need to fear failure or have guilt in me. I realize that God is for us, who can be against us. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." I try not to get emotional because the next part is hard to process. It connects to what's going to happen later, and when I put it all together, I couldn't believe how painful it was. On November 19th, the evening before Rob was killed, he was with Ron at Rob's apartment. Around 9:15 p.m., Rob's daughter Tri-City called and asked her dad to come home to see her new puppy. This little girl had been waiting for a puppy for so long. She had always dreamed of becoming a vet. It was possibly either an early Christmas present or an early birthday present, since her birthday is near Christmas. All she wanted that night was to share that happy moment with her daddy. So Rob and Ron drove over to Brenda's house, but when they got there, Brenda was furious. She didn't want Rob to have a friend over, and it was clear she had something planned for that night, using their daughter to lure him into the house. It didn't work because Ron was with Rob, and Brenda refused to let him inside to see the puppy. Here's the sad part. As they were leaving, Rob said something to Ron that gave me chills and made me sick. He said, "You know, it feels like someone has a gun on me all the time. If they do shoot me, I hope they get me with the first shot. I don't want to feel any pain." That same night, Brenda talked to a friend and said, "I hate him. I hate him. I hate him." Ron suggested that Rob was shot with his own weapon, a 16-gauge shotgun. Rob had told Ron that he tried to retrieve the shotgun from their home when Brenda kicked him out, but she wouldn't give it back. The shotgun was never recovered. Brenda had changed the locks and the security codes, so Rob couldn't get back into the house. A week before the murders, Rob had told Ron how Brenda refused to let him in, specifically to retrieve the shotgun. They knew that shotgun was in the house because Higgins, who was doing repairs on the home, had seen it in September 2001 in the bedroom closet. This isn't a coincidence. What's worse is that when all this was happening, Rob made a statement to Ron saying, "Well, she finally found someone to kill me." He was referring to James. When James was asked about his activities on the day of the murders, he said he was moving his washer and dryer. Investigators found that the washer and dryer were moved into Brenda's house, adding another piece to the puzzle. With all this information, it's clear to everyone that James probably didn't kidnap the kids and likely didn't hurt Brenda. In fact, they were almost certain that Brenda and James were fugitives on the run. The last thing Rob ever said to anyone besides Brenda the night he was killed was a message he left on Ron's answering machine around 5:45 p.m. He said he was on his way to pick up his kids for the long holiday weekend and that he was excited. He was heading over to Brenda's to get the children together with his family for the holiday traditions. That evening, he called Ron again around 6 p.m. At that time, he was sitting outside Brenda's house in his car, waiting to pick up the children. Rob and Ron talked for a little while until Rob said, "I'm gonna have to let you go now. They're coming out." It was extremely heartbreaking to know that he was there to pick up his children, whom he would never see again, and that he would never get to say goodbye. This was all detectives needed to know. The FBI got involved and put out wanted posters with descriptions of Brenda, James, and the 2 children. They were featured on America's Most Wanted and other TV programs asking for the public's help. The fugitives were believed to be armed and dangerous. Investigators went back and reviewed all the evidence again. Everything that they collected led to a new theory. Rob was definitely shot with a 16-gauge shotgun, but conveniently, Brenda wasn't. I don't know if you know this, but a 16-gauge shotgun wound would leave more than a through-and-through wound. It would require significant bandaging and would not allow someone to walk away the same night. This is why police believe the .22 caliber gun was used on Brenda instead of the shotgun. This was done on purpose. They found gunpowder on her pink sweater in the shape of a ring with residue around the bullet hole, indicating it was fired about 2 inches away from Brenda. This means she wasn't running away from a perpetrator. Rather, they think she was holding her arm out and turning away, allowing her new boyfriend to give her a love tap, compared to what Rob suffered that night. Not only that, but when they started examining everything else, they found Brenda's clothing from that night. When they tested the jeans, they found her blood, which was expected, but they also found Rob's blood, which was deep within the fabric. This indicated a high-velocity impact, meaning she was standing very close to Rob. They believe Brenda was responsible for at least one of the wounds to her husband because of where everything took place, right near the furnace. Brenda had already admitted she was trying to get Rob to help her light the pilot light, which had gone out again. They theorized that this was how she got him into the garage under the pretense of needing help with the pilot light. Because Rob was the person he was and still loved his wife more than anything, he was hoping they could get back together. That's another journal entry I'll read to you. This man went in to help, and this is how she repaid him. Now, for a huge break in the case, someone tried to use a debit card or a credit card belonging to James Pavat at an ATM in Mexico. This was not good news. Investigators knew they truly had fugitives on their hands. This part of Mexico is called Nuevo Laredo, right next to Laredo, Texas, which is the largest entry point into Mexico. Remember that the couple, James and Brenda, took a trip to Texas not too long ago. Maybe this is where the plan came in. Instead of a vacation, they were planning a murder. This is a place where thousands of people cross the border every day. Up to 18,000 trucks pass over the border daily, entering Mexico without being scanned. They are only scanned when they return to the US, at which point the license plate gets scanned. It sounds crazy, but all this was happening on the same day. Investigators worked overtime to track down any clues, especially since children were involved who might never see their family again because they were in another country. They issued a search warrant and entered James's apartment, where they found a name change document, a black book containing a list of weapons and ammunition, and 2.22 caliber bullets. They also discovered that a week before the murder, James had purchased a .22 caliber handgun from a local gun store. The evidence was mounting. On November 29th, James Pavat and Brenda Andrew were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. This also set other things in motion. Rob's parents, ER and Llewellyn, filed for guardianship over the children. Brenda's sister, Kim, and her husband, Jim, also wanted guardianship. Kim was very vocal, insisting her sister had nothing to do with this, that Brenda would never put her children in harm's way, and that James probably acted alone. Kim pleaded with the public to understand that there are two sides to every story. The fact that Brenda had been charged with murder froze her bank account. The money she initially transferred from Rob's account was no longer accessible. The FBI also made it illegal for Brenda, James, and the children to fly anywhere, so they were stuck where they were. They were going to run out of money eventually, and the FBI hoped they would return to the United States. Unfortunately, by December 21st, nothing had changed. The FBI issued a $15,000 reward for any information leading to their arrests. ER and Llewellyn were beside themselves, making public pleas and statements to ensure the children's safety. Finally, someone came forward with information. Nobody was expecting this. A woman calls in to investigators and says she thinks she needs to make a confession. She also knows who killed Rob. They ask, how? Who is she? She was the person who made the phone call to Rob about his wife and children being hurt in a terrible accident and told him to rush to the hospital. That was her. She said her dad made her call Rob and say those things. So, who is this woman? It turns out she's the adult daughter of James Pavat, Jana Larson. She says, I swear I wasn't aware of what my dad was trying to do. because she realizes that she could be facing attempted murder charges. She promises that she had nothing to do with it and did not know her dad was involved in cutting brake lines. She can't believe that her father would put her own life in danger and that she would possibly go to prison because of something he was about to do, something that was so awful, heinous, and illegal. Now that she realizes this was his motive, she's willing to do anything to help the FBI. She provides other information that is very damning and interesting. She says that James asked to borrow her car on the day of the murders, claiming, "Oh, I'm gonna go get your car serviced." How nice. But when he returns the car, it wasn't serviced. When she got inside, she noticed something on the floor, a .22 caliber bullet. She confronted James about this, and her dad said, "Never repeat what I told you in October." So what was that? He came home one day and said, "You're never going to believe what that nuttier-than-a-fruitcake woman asked me to do. She asked me to kill her husband or find somebody who could." He reminded her at that point, "Don't say anything or I'll kill you too." And then he told her to throw away the .22 caliber bullet. When she realizes what her dad was really up to, she tells the FBI. She says that she's already been in contact with her father, who has called her a couple of times, and he's running out of money, just as they thought. So they come up with a plan. They say, "We're gonna tap your phone, and when he calls you next time, we'll try to get him to meet you in Oklahoma so he'll come over the border to get the money." Well, a couple of weeks later, it happens. He calls her up and says he needs some money. But when she suggests coming over to Oklahoma, he's not quite having it, and it doesn't work out. However, they do have him on tape talking to her, and they confirm that he's definitely in Mexico. Sadly, they are still on the run, and probably will be for a very long time because they had a plan in place. They thought they had everything planned out perfectly, so no one would ever know what they did. But all of that changed on February 28, 2002 at 11:55 a.m. For more than 3 months, Tri-City and Parker have been gone. They weren't able to grieve for their father, missed his funeral, and were never able to say goodbye to him. But because of one special agent at the Mexican-Texas border who paid attention to detail, the most incredible thing happened, and I was crying tears of happiness when I read this. It was something the shows never fully explained or gave credit to this person for. It was something I had to read about when I was going through newspapers. Sergeant Special Agent Martin Huerta had actually been activated by the National Guard's Counter-Drug Task Force. He was stationed at the international bridge that links Mexico to Texas and was undercover. He wasn't just a Border Patrol agent, as everyone thought he was. He was there to do secondary searches of vehicles in question that had been targeted by the Border Patrol officers. These vehicles were supposed to be given a more thorough second inspection. Everyone else thought he was just a normal customs agent. Every single hour, he went through about 10 vehicles that could be suspected of carrying drugs across the border. It was a very tedious job. Sometimes he saw so many vehicles that they all started to blend together. But somehow that day, something stood out. Around 11:40, Martin spotted something that caught his attention. He saw a little girl who was crying, her eyes red, looking like she had been crying for a very long time. This was crucial to his job, to make sure that these children weren't being trafficked or kidnapped. Martin looked over and saw a little boy also crying. When he looked at the person driving the minivan, it was a fairly older gentleman who didn't seem to be the children's father. So he stopped the car and searched their bags. Inside the little girl's bag, he found a diary with all kinds of hand-drawn pictures of dogs. It was pretty obvious that she loved dogs. There were dogs on every page in that book. She just kept crying, and he wanted to cheer her up. He asked her, "Do you like dogs?" And she nodded her head yes. So he had an idea. There were these little trading cards that customs officials always have on hand to entertain and distract children during these heavy situations. Some of the cards had Border Patrol dogs on them, talking about the dog's history and career. He thought he'd give her some of these cards to cheer her up. He went over and said, "Do you want to see some dogs?" He started showing her the cards with the dogs on them, but she burst into tears once again, fully bawling her eyes out. However, There was nothing suspicious about the man driving or the vehicle, nothing that could lead Martin to believe anything was out of sorts. So they went on their way. But little did he know that that chance encounter was going to change those children's lives forever. Because he just encountered Tri-City and Parker Andrews with their uncle Jim Bolin, Brenda's sister's husband. He just didn't know it yet. But 20 minutes later, after the minivan was gone, remember the tag reader I talked about? Well, they registered a hit. It detected an Oklahoma license plate, and the customs agents confirmed that the occupants inside were wanted by the FBI. A beautiful black-haired woman in her 30s, and the slender man in a blue shirt wearing sunglasses. They didn't even resist arrest. Brenda, Andrew, and James Pavat were finally captured. After they were detained, Martin was called over by his supervisor to get the things out of the vehicle. When he picked up Brenda's purse, the zipper broke and things fell out onto the floor. The purse opened up, revealing other compartments. When he looked inside, he saw a picture and recognized the little girl. He had just seen her in that minivan 20 minutes earlier. He frantically rushed around to find that vehicle. He knew it was a Ford minivan, but couldn't remember the color. All of a sudden, as he was rushing around, he saw the back of the van parked near the entrance of the immigration office. At this point, they had connected that those were Brenda's children. So they went inside, calling out their names. As soon as the children turned around and responded, they ran up and detained Jim Bolin. For the next 3 hours, Martin was with the children, who were crying non-stop. Nothing could stop them from bawling their eyes out. They gave them cookies, drinks, and games, but nothing helped. All they wanted was to see their mom. By 4:30, the FBI had finally taken Brenda and James into custody. They were in jail in Texas, and the children were waiting for their grandparents, E.R. and Llewellyn. It was sad. These grandparents did so much to prepare. They set up rooms in anticipation of getting the children back. They loved them so much. It was the only piece of their son they had left. They are just amazing people. I want to tell you a little more because I was able to find some current and recent information about the children and wanted to share it. But before I do, I want to tell you one thing that Special Agent Martin said. He was proud to have played a role in finding the children, but he was haunted by something he saw in that diary. When he was going through it, he saw that Tri-City had written something to her best friend about her new puppy. The entry was from back in November. He can't exactly remember what she said, but it was before her father was killed. She never wrote in that journal again. That was her last entry. It's hard for me not to become emotional about that. It's like her world ended for her at that point. She had nothing to write about. Both Brenda and James waived extradition and were back in Oklahoma within 10 days of being detained. District Attorney Wes Lane decided to seek the death penalty against both of them. I wanted to know what you thought about this part because it's actually pretty controversial. I want to know about everything I've told you, but what are your thoughts specifically about the death penalty being on the table in this case? The police released photographs of the severed brake lines and even the tape of the phone calls. All this information went out to the media as they geared up for the trial. Brenda denied any involvement. She pled not guilty, and James did as well. They were both denied bail. And you know what else came out? Remember how the children were with Jim Bolin, Kim's husband, Brenda's sister's husband? Well, guess what? The prosecutors say Kim was waiting in a motel room in McAllen, Texas, for them to arrive. They think she might have had something to do with helping Brenda get away with this. Can you remember back to when Kim also made that phone call to the police saying, "Oh, don't worry, Brenda's fine," and then, "Sorry, I made a mistake. Never mind. I don't know where she is." Kinda sketchy. I'm not going to go into details about this trial because it was long and crazy. And there were so many things that came out, like the fact that years before this, Judy had given Brenda a key to her house. Brenda had forgotten about it, so they think Brenda gave that key to James, and James used it to get into that house to hide after committing the crime. So many people testified. That's where I got a lot of this information because I read through all of the trial documents. The men that she had affairs with were at the trial, testifying, along with family members, friends, and co-workers. The list goes on and on. There were two separate trials. James's trial, which happened 1 year before Brenda's, was a 3-week trial, and they reached a verdict of murder in the first degree with a fixed punishment of death. Brenda's trial was highly publicized and garnered national media attention, mostly because statistically, it's men who commit these kinds of crimes, and Brenda was a woman. It was a big deal. The media saw it as a really good story: love, religion, sex, and lies. It was like a Lifetime movie or something. They had handwriting experts for all kinds of things. Remember the insurance documents that were faxed over and then backdated to March? Brenda would always brag to her friends that she could sign Rob's signature just as well as he could, and that she would sign documents for him all the time for work. However, he started using a little symbol. I'll show it to you on the screen. It's a little fish symbol, a Christian symbol. He began placing this symbol right under his signature. When they analyzed the insurance documents, this symbol was missing. So, those documents were forged. The prosecution believes Brenda did this for money and because she didn't want to lose custody of her children. After a 6-week trial, Brenda was found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, and she was also sentenced to death. She is currently awaiting execution on death row. However, I want to mention one last point before I tell you something about Tri-City. There is some controversy here. This case was sexual in nature, and I say that because much of the evidence that the prosecution submitted was about Brenda's character, not evidence of her being present when the crime was committed. Yes, they had some evidence of that as well, but what they had more of was evidence of her affairs. As a matter of fact, there is an article I read called "Sex Shamed to Death," where they think Brenda got the death penalty because she was a promiscuous woman. The prosecution's closing arguments were interesting to say the least. They brought out a suitcase that Brenda had taken to Mexico and opened it up. One by one, they pulled out pairs of thong underwear, asking, "Does this look like the underwear of a grieving wife? Does this look like the underwear of a woman who loved her husband and wouldn't have an affair with one of his best friends?" They went through it all, lingerie and whatever else was in there. The point was to create shock value and make her look like a terrible woman and wife who didn't care about Rob whatsoever. But it was also argued that this had nothing to do with the fact that she was on trial for murder. Yes, she could be promiscuous and a cheater, but that doesn't make her a murderer. When Brenda made her appeal, those were the things that were included. They were evidence to prove maybe she wasn't a Christian woman, but they weren't really supposed to be evidence proving she committed murder. By the way, James isn't on death row. His death sentence was commuted. That's right, when he appealed, his sentence was reduced to life in prison. He alleged he didn't have a fair trial because there was a person who confessed to shooting Rob, Tyrone Wood. There was a letter from Tyrone that was never introduced into evidence. Due to the way his counsel did or did not submit certain things, his sentence was commuted to life. In 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected Brenda's appeal. Last time I checked, there were only 42 people awaiting death in Oklahoma, and Brenda was the only woman I could find. Now I want to end on a positive note. Tri-City has grown into an amazing woman. After graduating high school, she attended the University of Tulsa in 2009, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics, with minors in biology and business administration. She went on to achieve her master's degree in applied mathematics from North Carolina State University, and then she graduated in June 2020 with her PhD in applied mathematics. That's amazing. She was active in the Association for Women in Mathematics and held roles as president, vice president, and treasurer. So, Rob, I think you got your wish. I'm sure somehow, somewhere, there was a button or a sticker or a sign that said electricity. Even though her father couldn't be there in the flesh, he was there walking down the aisle with her in spirit, because a picture of him and her together was tied to the bouquet. I spent hours looking through her Facebook. I feel like I got to know this family, and I have so much respect for Rob's parents. They're still together and have raised wonderful children. Imagine a young girl being excited about going to her senior year of high school, a talented athlete, popular in real life but also online, with a social media following of over 10,000 people. But then, the unthinkable happens. She vanishes without a trace. Now, to Virginia, Lovingston, Virginia, to be exact. But in order for me to take you there, we have to go back to Charlottesville, Virginia on June 5th, 1996. That's the day that Alexis Tiara Murphy was born to her mom, Laura Ann Murphy, and her father, Troy William Brown. Alexis has 3 brothers, Avery and Cameron Murphy, and Noah Thompson. Ultimately, Alexis and her mom moved about 40 minutes away from Charlottesville to rural Lovingston, Virginia, and lived with Laura's parents, Gail and Tony Taylor. Now, this town had a population of about 520. Here's what it looks like on the map. We can see a couple of churches, a market, some coffee shops, a bookstore, a library, and it looks as though McDonald's is the only or the main fast food restaurant in that area. Other than that, there are just a small number of homes scattered throughout the area and nothing but nature after that. And it was okay, because if anyone needed more than what this area had to offer, they could go to Lynchburg, Virginia, which was about a 35-minute drive. Lynchburg is a major city. It has everything that you would expect from a big city. But Lovingston was fine for Alexis and her family. They were very close, and as a matter of fact, she spent a lot of time with her 2 aunts, Angela and Trina. They were almost like big sisters to her. But Alexis grew up with so many cousins, and they were so close that her cousins were actually like siblings. She was also still close to her father, Troy. The family would frequently get together for birthdays, holidays, and any other reason they could find to throw a good party. Alexis was well taken care of. She had a very strong support system in her family, as well as her close-knit community in Lovingston, where everyone knew one another. They were always there to lend a helping hand. Alexis grew up to be a happy, smiling little girl. She was always laughing, running around, having fun, and Alexis was also very beautiful. Everyone could see that. When I first saw her, I thought, wow, that is one of the most beautiful girls that I have ever seen. There's just something special about Alexis. And as she grew up, she grew into a gorgeous young lady, and she was very popular. She excelled in sports, and by high school, she was one of the most valuable players on her volleyball team. By the time Alexis was 15 and attending Nelson County High School, she, like many other teenagers her age, was really into social media. I think it's only gotten more popular for younger people to get online at a younger age. Alexis's platform of choice back then was Twitter. She wasn't just a casual user, she would tweet multiple times a day and sometimes multiple times an hour. She wouldn't just post updates sharing her thoughts. She would post pictures, videos, quotes, and surprisingly, at least for me, she was making her own memes back then. She started her account in 2010, but I could only go back to about 2012. By 2013, she had gained a following of about 11,000 people. That is a lot by the standards back then, especially for the average everyday teenager her age. Usually, someone like her in a town like hers maybe had 50 or 100 followers, and it was people they knew in real life, but not Alexis. Her Twitter just blew up. I think having more followers can fuel this inclination to post more, because sometimes it feels like there's an obligation to entertain people who choose to give you that follow. Then I realized, me realizing that our online presence may one day be the only thing we leave behind is a little bit scary, since there's also the thought, is this person portraying their real self? We know how much social media can be contrived, and I think it's gotta be a mixture. Alexis opened up a lot on Twitter. She would share sketches that she made, pictures of herself in cute outfits, and even a new piercing. She already had her nose pierced, but on December 3rd, 2012, she showed off a new Monroe piercing. It's the one in the upper lip that's supposed to emulate Marilyn Monroe's beauty mark. She had a diamond stud put in, and I think it looked really good on her. Her username was The Real Folarin, and this intrigued me, so I looked it up. This is the last name in the title of the 8th mixtape by an American rapper named Whale Folarin. It was released on December 24th, 2012. The mixtape features guest appearances from Rick Ross, 2 Chainz, Scarface, Nipsey Hussle, just to name a few. Alexis was a big fan of not just music, but Wales music. She would frequently post song lyrics, and she would even sing in videos on her posts. Her favorite song by Whale was Love Hate Thing, and it's really good. I listened to it, and there was this one line that stuck out to me, and sure enough, I wasn't surprised that it was one of Alexis's favorites too. She posted it here: "They're gonna love you a little different when you're at the top." That's very true. Alexis wanted to be on top too. She had a lot of dreams. By the summer of 2013, Alexis was 17, going into her senior year of high school. She was the captain of her volleyball team number 9, and she dreamed of playing at the college level. She also liked basketball and softball, but at 5 feet 9 inches, she excelled in volleyball. That was her sport, and she loved it. Maybe it had something to do with some of her teenage angst, because she definitely had some. I know she was kidding, but she followed up her post about loving volleyball with, "I just want to hit girls in the head with volleyballs all day." None of us go through life without getting upset, frustrated, and annoyed, and Alexis went through all of those emotions. But she celebrated more than she complained, and when she did complain, it was the usual things, like having to get up early, go to work, a guy ghosting her, not finding a guy to commit, people only talking about her looks, the things that a normal teenager would complain about, and rightfully so. Alexis celebrated a lot of things that she loved. She loved food. Who doesn't? Her favorite places were Subway, McDonald's, and Starbucks. She also liked Chinese food, and she talked about craving it a lot. The thing I saw on her Twitter was related to Starbucks. She tweeted, "Let me find out that they have a Starbucks inhaler. Yes, please let me know." Because I could definitely say with confidence, I am a Starbucks lover, a Starbucks addict. It's what got me through grad school, and it's what gets me through these cases for you. Caffeine is my drug of choice. Alexis tweeted, "Why is Starbucks my weakness? It's definitely mine too." Alexis was very mature for her age. She was very intelligent, outgoing, loved to dance, enjoyed getting her hair done, liked makeup, and dreamed of driving a Range Rover. She enjoyed bidding on things on eBay, but didn't like to be outbid, and I can relate. If she couldn't get her Starbucks fix, she would opt for a McDonald's frappe. After all, that was the closest fast food restaurant. She would go there every single day, but not for the food, for the fun. Yes, McDonald's. The one in her area was actually connected to a gas station. It was called Liberty Gas Station, and it became a local hangout for teenagers in Livingston. There weren't many places for them to go after school or before school, so they would hang out at the McDonald's and the gas station. But there were times she didn't mind going to Lynchburg for a craving. For example, she would drive there for a pretzel, and her dad would let her borrow his white 2003 Nissan Maxima. Alexis was very trustworthy, she was responsible, so her dad had no problem letting her take the car anytime she needed it. However, she did have a nightly curfew. She had to be home by 11 p.m., and she never missed her curfew, not one time. That is how reliable Alexis was. Another thing people knew about Alexis is that she never went anywhere without her white iPhone. If they would have had pink, I could guarantee you Alexis would have chosen pink. That was her favorite color. But if there was something else you could rely on when it came to knowing Alexis, it's that she would not let her phone die. She would carry around an extension cord just so it would stay charged. Her aunt would make jokes about it all the time, that she would hear Alexis coming by the sound of her slippers shuffling across the floor and the extension cord dragging behind her. Alexis was the type of girl who would talk to kids that no one else would talk to in school. She was loving. She enjoyed listening to others and giving honest advice when she could. She absolutely adored her 3 brothers, even though they annoyed the heck out of her sometimes, and she cared about others. She cared about things like the Columbine High School shooting. She posted this on April 20th, 2013. This is the 420 that really should be remembered, referring to the massacre that happened in Colorado on April 20th, 1999. And speaking of 420, I'm just gonna get this out of the way now. Yes, it seemed like she liked smoking weed. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm only taking what I found from Twitter and making my observations. This is going to become something that's talked about, so I figured I would get it out of the way. She frequently posted about wanting to smoke and would post pictures and videos of her smoking. There's still quite a stigma when it comes to marijuana, so take it as you will. From everything I read, Alexis was a normal teenager from a small town. She had big dreams, was inspired by music that emphasized the ability to become something and leave the past behind but never forget where you came from. She wanted true happiness and love, but she was going through all the growing pains that we go through to find it, and voicing them all publicly. I could feel her pain. She was definitely on the right track. In the summer of 2013, she was excited about entering her final year of high school. As a matter of fact, she was in the middle of planning her senior pictures. She was having them taken in August before the fall semester began. This is necessary so that you could get your picture in the yearbook. It used to take a while for them to process the pictures and get them ready for publication. Laura, Alexis's mom, agreed to gift her a trip to the hair salon in preparation, and Alexis had already picked out a style she wanted and made an appointment with a stylist out in Lynchburg for Saturday, August 3rd, after she finished working. She actually worked at a thrift store in Charlottesville on the weekends and during the week in the summer. From what I could tell, Laura instilled a work ethic in Alexis. Laura works at a local post office, and sometimes she would put in overtime or work the night shift just to provide for her family. She didn't mind helping Alexis when she needed something, especially because she was a good student, a talented athlete, and worked her own job to get extra things that she wanted. Friday was filled with fun at a family barbecue, and she hung out with her Aunt Trina and all of her cousins. Alexis would routinely share her plans on Twitter with her followers. She let her community know where she was headed, like this post on January 16, 2013, "Off to North Carolina after I clean my room." It was no different on Saturday, August 3rd. She posted "Bergbound," and after getting money from Laura for her hair, she headed out to work in Charlottesville and planned to drive to Lynchburg for that appointment when she got off. Her last tweet was at 3:40 p.m. She tweeted, "I actually look cute right now," and then it's as though Alexis vanished. It was the next morning, Sunday, August 4th, when Alexis's grandma Gail went into her bedroom to check on her. But when she opened the door, Alexis wasn't in her bed. She wasn't home. Gail was the first person to realize that Alexis had never come home the night before, and that was unlike her. Gail called Alexis, but she got no answer, and that was a major red flag. Alexis would always answer. Always. Gail's very first thought was that Alexis could have gotten in a car accident trying to get to Lynchburg or back into town, and she was worried. Gail checked with Laura, who had worked the overnight shift at the post office and wasn't home yet. She called her asking if she knew where her daughter was, and Laura was confused. She said, "What do you mean she didn't come home last night?" Well, the white Nissan wasn't in the driveway, and Alexis wasn't there. Laura called Alexis's dad, Troy, asking if Alexis had possibly gone to his place the night before, but Troy said, "No, I haven't seen her." They were both trying hard not to panic, but the fact that Alexis left alone, broke curfew for the first time, and didn't return his car was frightening. Terrible thoughts started to fly through his head. Alexis was still not answering her phone, and it seemed like it was off. It was going straight to her voicemail, and this was unlike her. Everybody knew Alexis would not let her phone die no matter what. She would plug in multiple extension cords just so that it could still be accessible while she walked through the whole house when it had to be charged. This was very unlike her, so Laura took Troy's advice. He said to call the police, but instead of calling them, Laura went down to the Nelson County Sheriff's Department in person to explain what was going on. And get this, the officers there had never filled out a missing persons report. Never. This was actually the very first one they had ever completed. So this gives you a perfect example of how uncommon this was. This didn't happen in Nelson County. It took them longer than usual to figure out the process, and Laura just waited patiently as she could, even though she had become more and more worried, especially considering she had contacted various family members and friends, and none of them had seen Alexis since the day before. After the case was created, it was handed off to Nelson County Sheriff's investigator William Everett Mays Jr. We're going to call him Billy Mays because that's what he went by. He had never investigated a missing person until he was given Alexis Murphy's case. This really was his first rodeo, but at least he knew the first thing he had to do was get an understanding of who Alexis was and where she was last seen. So he started with interviewing Laura, followed by Alexis's family members, her grandparents that lived with her, her brothers, all her aunts and uncles, her cousins, to get as much information as he possibly could. He was dealing with a young woman, someone that he thought could have possibly wanted to disappear. This is an age where teenagers are transitioning into true adulthood. They test the waters of what they can get away with, and sometimes they make adult decisions thinking that they know it all. He thought that that's what they could be dealing with. Maybe Alexis didn't want to be found, but her family was adamant that that was not the case. No way. She overshared on social media. Even if it was her intention to leave her family, she would not have left her Twitter following out of the loop. That was another place Mays wanted to take a good hard look, but first, he focused on Alexis's family. Her Aunt Trina told him that she was Alexis's great aunt, and that Alexis was incredibly humble. She was a genuine person, and she would not have let her phone die. She said the last time she saw her was that Friday, at the cookout. The last thing she said to her was, "I love you, and I'll see you later." Alexis's cousin, Jasmine Murphy, said that Alexis would never have left town without telling anyone. She hung out with her on Wednesday, July 31st, after volleyball camp. Alexis went out to Madison Heights with Jasmine to get Jasmine's eyebrows done, and then they went out for Chinese food together. On the way home, they stopped at McDonald's to get a frappe, and then she dropped Alexis off at home. They texted on Friday, but they hadn't talked on August 3rd. Plus, Alexis was excited about her senior year. She was looking forward to playing volleyball, and Jasmine had been the assistant coach for Alexis's team for 2 years. She saw Alexis grow as a player, and she knew how seriously Alexis took the sport. None of the evidence that Mays was gathering at this point was leading him to believe that Alexis ran away from home. He knew that she had plans to get her hair done. When he called to see if she made it to that appointment, the stylist informed him that she did not. Meanwhile, Laura was taking matters into her own hands. She couldn't just sit around waiting, and with modern technology, we can all do something. We can all be investigators. The internet is a very powerful tool. Laura knew that the iPhone had the Find My iPhone feature on it, so they put Alexis's number into the app, and they were shocked when a location popped up on the map. I can only imagine that mixture of elation and fear, but mostly fear at this point because of where the location was. It was in an area called Oak Ridge, which was about a 10-minute drive from their home. But it's where Oak Ridge is that worried them right away. It's along a major highway called Route 29, and this is a corridor that passes through a very rural area. It's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and it's very well known as a place where a number of females have gone missing over the last few years, all of them traveling alone when they disappeared. As you probably understand, Alexis's family, they're beside themselves, they're confused and they're scared, but they give all of this information to investigator Mays. It's the first lead, and it came from the people who cared about Alexis the most. They were not going to give up. Actually, they were on the case faster than the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. Because of social media, everyone was reaching out on their respective platforms, whether it was Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, even MySpace, and posting about Alexis, asking the public to please give them any information that they could about her whereabouts, or if they had seen her, please come forward. They were desperate for answers, and they knew the more time that went by, the less likely it would be that Alexis would be found or alive. It's a race against time. The family quickly got the media involved, which wasn't hard since this town is so small, and this is such big news. The first missing persons case, a beautiful young girl vanishing out of nowhere. So the family held a press conference, begging for the safe return of their loved one. Her Aunt Angela was sobbing and begging the public for help. She also put out a public message to her niece. She said, "Alexis, just know that we're working on bringing you home because we all miss you." It was a very emotional time for our family, and now the community is coming forward to help in any way that they can. There were hundreds of people coming together asking, "How can we help? How can we take action?" The town is known as a place where the residents are friendly. They open their arms to anyone and everybody knows everyone. That can be a double-edged sword. They know you, so they care, but they know you, so they know all of your business. One of them could be involved, you never know. But the family would take any help they could get at this point. Nelson County investigators are searching the surrounding area. They're looking all around town for clues, but once they get that lead about Oak Ridge, their focus shifts, and Mays makes his way out there to where Alexis's phone was last active, according to the Find My iPhone app. When investigators are looking around, they don't see a car. That's the first thing they're trying to locate, because they know she was driving the white Nissan, but they don't see it anywhere in that area. The thing about this area, though, is that there are thousands of acres of land, and this phone was pinging near Oak Ridge Mansion. This specific location is known for weddings and other really big events like that, and they realize that they're going to have to search this area. Since it's a very small sheriff's department, they call in volunteers from the area, and there's a huge gathering. Everyone wanted to help. By 6:30 p.m. that evening, there was actually a state trooper helicopter in the air looking over this area for her car. Not only that, even though this is a small town, this was a big case already, especially with social media buzzing and her large following, and the town putting pressure on the sheriff's office. The first FBI agent was actually on the scene by 7:15 p.m. on August 4th. When Alexis's family gets the word that her phone pinged off of Oak Ridge Mansion, that kind of puts up a red flag because they know someone who works at Oak Ridge Mansion. His name is Abraham Gray. He was actually the ex-boyfriend of Alexis's mama, Laura. Alexis had always looked up to Abraham. She saw him as a father figure when he was in her life, and they got along great. He was very close to Alexis and her family. But of course, after he and Laura broke up, he wasn't as close or in communication with them. So they wondered, was Alexis still in communication with Abraham? Did she need something? Did she go there for help? What was going on? They now need to find Abraham and ask him, when was the last time you saw Alexis? Abraham wasn't working at Oak Ridge Mansion when they came out there to search that day, but they do manage to track him down and ask him a lot of questions. The first one was, do you have anything to do with Alexis's disappearance? And he's like, no, I haven't even talked to Alexis. I have nothing to do with her going missing. I didn't even know she was missing. When they tell him when she went missing, he lets them know he wasn't even in town at that time. But investigator Mays thinks it's just a little too much of a coincidence. The fact that this person works there, he knows the family, there's a connection. So he digs in deeper, but with all the technology that they have, they're able to look at his phone records, and they know where his phone was pinging that night, and it was in a completely different location. So they were able to clear him, for now, anyway. While these investigators, volunteers, and the family are going through this entire plot of land, as beautiful as it was, this beautiful estate built in 1802 with these breathtaking views of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It's also a place that elicits a lot of fear in the family and the community, knowing just how vast it is. There's a lot of places for someone to go missing in this area. Not only that, there are fields as far as the eye can see, but there's also heavily wooded areas with creeks and bushes and all kinds of wild animals, things that would be very dangerous for a young girl. It's also a very secluded area. You could definitely get lost out there. If you were deep in those woods, no one would even hear you scream if something bad happened to you, especially if you were there against your will. And this is the main focus of the investigation at this point, because this is where the iPhone app said Alexis was located last. I mean, look at the bird's eye view. You can see just how vast this land is. Another thing I want to point out is that even though it was only a 10-minute drive, this was a drive that was out of the way from where Alexis should have been headed. The estate itself has over 4,800 acres. Investigators are thinking there could have been some kind of car accident. Maybe she went off the road, so they're looking everywhere in that area. But after a few hours, and with all their expertise and even the FBI coming in, they start to brainstorm once again. They theorize they could be off track. Even as great as the technology is for Find My iPhone, and I think you might know what I'm talking about, it's not always 100% accurate. I know this firsthand, okay? I have definitely used the location services on my phone to locate friends, family members, and it's not always on point. It'll give you a vicinity, but they really feel like they're looking in the wrong direction. And at this point, the media is really starting to get more and more involved. There are stations coming from out of town. At this point, that is when the state police get involved. Now, unlike other cases that I've done about small towns, this is happening very fast. This is only one day, the first day of the search, and they already have FBI agents out there. Now, Virginia State Police are coming out to assist the search and to coordinate with these other departments to try to think of their next focal point. There is one big reason that this was such a big deal, and it had a lot to do with why this case got picked up, other than obvious reasons which you may have already thought of, like how beautiful Alexis was. Some people don't like it when it's mentioned that these cases snowball and get bigger and bigger when someone like Alexis is involved. Someone who has that beautiful smile, someone with their whole life ahead of them, someone that you can imagine is like your own daughter. She's young, she's beautiful, with so much potential. But there's something else. She's not the only one. I mentioned this earlier. Route 29, the highway that Oak Ridge Estate is located off of, had a number of open and ongoing cases involving Route 29. Young girls just like Alexis had gone missing. As a matter of fact, there was a suspected serial killer who authorities believed was using Route 29 to capture his victims, who were usually young women traveling by themselves. There were too many similarities to Alexis's case for the state not to get involved. A number of these mysterious crimes had happened in the past few years, and at last count, there were 32 young women and men that were missing on some portion of Route 29. You know, I don't like to go on tangents in my videos. That's why I make sure to write everything out that I'm going to talk to you about. However, when I do a case, and there are other individuals that I feel I should mention, for the sake of getting their names out there and telling their stories, I will briefly do so. I think it's really important in this case, and it's definitely relevant, and you will know why in just a second when I start to tell you what happened on Route 29. Since 1996, there has been an unusually high number of young women that have gone missing along this corridor in Virginia. 5 women disappeared between 2009 and 2014. The person that the authorities thought was responsible was dubbed the Route 29 Stalker. That person has still never been identified. However, a man named Richard Mark Evanitz was a serial killer who had taken the lives of women in that area from 1996 until at least 2002. He was involved in the murder of at least 3 teenage girls, a girl named Sophia Silva and sisters Kristen and Katie Lisk, in addition to kidnapping a girl in South Carolina. However, investigators knew that Richard had nothing to do with Alexis's disappearance, since he took his own life in 2002 when the police surrounded him in an attempt to make an arrest. So many people think the Route 29 stalker still exists, and witnesses have seen a man flagging women down who were driving alone. But going back to Alexis, there were 3 recent unsolved cases that authorities were concerned may be connected to Alexis's disappearance. The first one was the murder of Morgan Harrington. She was a 20-year-old Virginia Tech student that went missing from a Metallica concert in Charlottesville in 2009. Her body was found on a farm on January 26, 2010. The second case was the disappearance of Samantha Ann Clark. She was last seen in Orange, Virginia, which was close to Charlottesville. She was at her home and left a little after midnight. She didn't have a car, so it's suspected that someone came to pick her up, and she was never seen again. The last one prior to Alexis going missing was the case of Sage Smith, also known as Unique, a 19-year-old transgender woman last seen in Charlottesville on November 20th, 2012. She was on her way to meet a date, and she was never seen again. Now, just about a year later, Alexis is gone, and these cases are way too similar to overlook. There is a possibility that they're connected, and this is one of the major reasons why people think that the state police and all these other agencies got involved, open cases that could potentially be solved as they investigate Alexis's disappearance. So as they're searching, these other women are on the top of their minds as well. By noon the next day, Monday, August 5th, there were at least 80 agents from the FBI throughout the small town of Livingston, and soon there would be more. Over 200 investigators from different agencies would be working this case in just a couple of days. Something else happened on Monday. It's when Alexis's volleyball team resumed their weekly practices, this time without number 9, their star athlete. They came together as a team to encourage one another, to support Alexis's family, and to pray for her safe return. Many of them were in shock, especially parents. They didn't expect something like this to happen in their community, and a hashtag was started on Twitter and across all the other platforms. Bring Alexis Murphy home. Her picture was everywhere. You couldn't get on social media without someone in the community reposting something about Alexis. Still, there was no sign of her, but something was about to be revealed. Something big. A huge lead came in that very next day, on Tuesday, August 6th. That evening, somebody called into the Nelson County Sheriff's Department with a tip. They'd been watching the news and saw information about Alexis Murphy, along with the description and the picture of the Nissan Maxima. A light bulb just went off in this person's head, and they remembered seeing what they thought could have been that vehicle. They said that they saw it in the Carmike Theater parking lot, none other than Charlottesville. We've heard this city before. This is the one where all those other girls went missing from, and now Alexis's car was said to be spotted in this town. I'm sure you know that the police get hundreds of tips all the time, and they have to look into each and every one, but they're not getting their hopes up yet. However, if it really is her car, this could be big. This location was about 40 miles north of Livingston and 70 miles north of Lynchburg. Yes, it's true she worked in Charlottesville, so it wasn't completely out of the ordinary for her to be in that area. But they knew she was traveling to Lynchburg to get her hair done, so why would her car be at a movie theater parking lot when she had no plans, as far as anybody knew, to attend a movie that evening when she disappeared? On Tuesday night, agents, including Billy Mays, went to the Carmike 6 Cinema parking lot on Gardens Boulevard off of US 29, and sure enough, there it was, the white Nissan Maxima abandoned in this parking lot. The detectives circled the vehicle, looking inside, and they couldn't see Alexis or anything suspicious about the car from the outside looking in. But this is huge because the license plate matched WYN 3706, an exact match in the make, model, and license plate, but no Alexis. While no Alexis, from what they could see by looking through the windows, they had something that they needed to do. Something that every officer dreads. They had to open the trunk. Statistically speaking, so many individuals are found deceased in either the trunk of their own car or someone else's. But they knew they were going to have to open it up. They were going to have to check it. That was Investigator Mays' biggest fear. He thought he was going to open up that trunk and that Alexis was going to be inside. But when he opened it, he was shocked, surprised, and also confused and relieved all at the same time. She wasn't in the trunk. So where was she? Another thing that wasn't there was her phone or any of her personal belongings, just her dad's abandoned car at a place that no one expected her to be, in the completely opposite direction of where she had an appointment to get her hair done. Detectives now have something tangible that they can look through, that they can fingerprint, that they can analyze, but they also have something else, a location. And with the location, they have one of their biggest, most reliable pieces of evidence, and that is CCTV cameras. They know that the next day is going to consist of them going through every single business that is in the vicinity of this location and gathering up all the footage from the day of August 3rd all the way until that person called in the tip. They're going to go through hours and hours, hundreds of hours of footage until they find out how that car ended up in that parking lot and who was driving it. Was it Alexis? And if so, when did she get out of the car? Where did she go? This was huge. They thought it might actually solve the entire case by getting the right piece of footage. At this point, Alexis's family comes together and they create a Facebook page called Help Find Alexis Murphy. The first post is on the next day, August 7th, and it says, "New update. Investigators say they found several items of interest inside the car Tuesday night. After that preliminary search, officials sealed the car and towed it away so that they can conduct a more thorough search." Now, I wasn't able to find any information about what was found inside the vehicle. I did not find anything with thorough details. But the most important thing was that the detectives needed to scour those videos, and as they did, they finally found something. They spotted Alexis's vehicle pulling into that parking lot on Sunday night around 10 p.m., but the video quality, like so many other cases that I have done, was really bad. When are we going to fix this? When are we going to be able to tell what something is right away? When is it going to be perfect night vision? But this was back in 2013, okay? But they can't tell who is getting out of that vehicle. What they can tell is that the person gets out, walks out of frame, and it looks like they're walking into the woods. There's one thing that Alexis's family said. That isn't Alexis, because they know she's scared of the dark. They think there is no way she would park that late at night in an area like that and get out of the car and walk into the darkness. The sheriff's office decided to go get some canines to go to the car and see if they could pick up a scent. Maybe they can track this scent to where the person went after they exited the vehicle. And guess what? The dogs do track a scent across the parking lot and into a nearby apartment complex. But something I want to point out is that there is a lot of investigation going on simultaneously. There are investigators back in Livingston, some in Charlottesville, and others doing a thorough search of her social media platforms, which I'm definitely going to have to talk about in just one moment. They're all trying to connect the dots, come back together, and brainstorm about what they should do next. And that's exactly what they were doing that night at the car with the canines. They were getting together, and here's a picture of all the different agencies standing outside that white Nissan Maxima, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. So let's go back to the agents that were interviewing residents of that apartment complex where the dogs tracked the scent. It turns out there were no connections to Alexis. Nobody that lived there was connected to her, as far as anyone being a friend, boyfriend, or someone she could have been hanging out with. As they spoke to many different residents of the apartment complex, they didn't get any leads. There just weren't any tips generated from that search. They really wanted to figure out why the car would be there. One thing they really wanted to get to the bottom of was how long the vehicle had been sitting in this parking lot. The biggest thing for investigators is to build a timeline, a solid timeline, as solid as it can be, of where Alexis was at what time throughout the days she had gone missing. If they could narrow that down, it would help them in so many ways. It's going to help them with potential suspects at some point if they want to compare. It's going to help them with alibis, and it's going to help them with other locations and the connections of those as well. Remember that Alexis went missing on Saturday. This car was pulling into this parking lot on Sunday night at 10 p.m. That's a lot of time. They've now expanded the search 30 miles south and 30 miles north of this car, and they were even trying to pull camera footage from public transportation, like buses. After brainstorming, they get a new idea. But before I go into that direction, I told you we're going to dive into Alexis's social media presence, specifically her Twitter account. From the very beginning, her influence, so to speak, and the amount of followers that she had was pivotal in the search. Since there were so many people that kept up with her on a regular basis, some of them probably felt like they knew her and would obviously notice if she wasn't posting and be interested in what happened to her. So from the very beginning, the word was spreading fast. Once people were aware that Alexis was missing, some of the first clues that really solidified that Alexis was going to Lynchburg came from her Twitter. The tweet that said "Bergbound" was significant. Now, the authorities that were initially investigating from the Nelson County Sheriff's Department didn't exactly know how to use social media the way that a teenager would. It was actually Alexis's friends and family that pointed out there's more than one way to look at what Alexis was tweeting. If you go to Twitter, you'll notice there's a tab that says Tweets, and naturally people will probably assume that means those are all the tweets from Alexis. And that's true. Her tweets show up there, as well as anything she retweeted from someone else. But there's another tab to the right called Tweets and Replies. In this section, you're going to find tweets from Alexis that she created, but you're also going to see tweets where she's replying to someone else that tweeted mentioning her. I know probably all of you know how to use Twitter, but for those of you that don't, this is what investigators were learning from her friends and family. This section could give them a lot more insight into who Alexis was and who she was corresponding with. And that's the thing. The person that got out of that vehicle could be anyone. It could be any one of the 12,000 people that were actively keeping up with Alexis. I say 12,000 because by the time investigators start to look at her Twitter after they find that car, she's already gained 1,000 more followers. They wondered if one of them was stalking her. Social media truly is a double-edged sword. It's what my senior thesis was about in college. I did an original research paper about the effects of social media and whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing in our lives. And that's the question. Is it our friend or our enemy? It's something I've thought about and that I really like to study, because enemies can be lurking in the shadows behind keyboards in a dark basement, but next to you at the exact same time, in the sense that they can follow your every move from afar. They can plan their evil deeds behind closed doors, out of the sight of authorities and anyone else who can identify them, because they come out of the shadows. It could be your biggest fan, someone that praises you every time you post, but it could actually be your biggest enemy. It wasn't that hard for me to figure out where she lived. It says right on the top of her Twitter, right here on her profile, Nelson County. Considering there's only one main road going through Nelson County, it wouldn't be out of the question that a stalker might just wait there until they caught a glimpse of Alexis. She definitely stood out in a crowd, but if she hadn't added her location, I could have figured it out from posts that she made, like this one. The fact that I have to work tomorrow, that's July 31st, 2013, and just a day later, she says, Charlottesville morning traffic and rain. So you can put two and two together. It's pretty obvious she's working in Charlottesville during the summer. Earlier that day, she said she was in Madison Heights. Not only that, she wouldn't have even had to post anything publicly. Someone could have been corresponding with her over DM, and we would never see it publicly. Or it could be someone slick, talking to her like they're her friend, and sooner or later, maybe she'll hint about where she works in Charlottesville. Maybe she'll give them her phone number, or maybe she'll even agree to meet them. Investigators are thinking that this might have been the case because she even tweets about, DMing people with her number when she's in her replies on Twitter. There's something else they notice, and before I say this, I have to tell you something. There's a difference between victimology and victim blaming. Victimology is the study of the victim, including their patterns, their lives, their behaviors, and where they hang out. Victimology is not just about finding out what happened to a victim in a particular case. It is also a study of how victims' behaviors can ultimately shape them into becoming vulnerable to becoming a victim. This is a science. This is something law enforcement uses. Now, criminology studies criminals' minds, and victimology studies the minds of individuals who are victimized by criminals. A lot of times when someone would mention certain factors that may have contributed to a criminal mind wanting to target a particular person, people can see it as victim blaming. And let me tell you this, there is no one to blame for something happening to a victim except for the criminal, period. Nobody deserves bad things to happen to them, especially innocent people who are victimized and targeted. But one of the things investigators notice is that Alexis likes to show off the way that she looks, her physical appearance. There's nothing particularly wrong with that. We're proud of the way we look, and sometimes we like our outfits. We think we look cute that day and want to show it off, especially when you're younger. But what might look cute to Alexis could look a lot different to someone who has a criminal mind. A predator is going to look at those pictures from a very different perspective. It's one of the reasons investigators theorize that she had so many followers. It's kind of hard to tell how old she is. Some may argue that a video like this one could have her appearing as though she's an adult when we know she isn't. I told you she likes to dance, but videos like this one could possibly give someone with a warped mind a different idea. Lieutenant Billy Mays quoted, "It's a breeding ground for predators," but Alexis's aunt Trina said that she knew her niece, and she knows how she was raised. She thought it was completely normal for teenagers, and I can understand where her aunt is coming from. Alexis was gorgeous, and unfortunately some of the things she tweeted could have been taken the wrong way by the wrong people. Some of her pictures and some posts that other people created that she decided to repost with her own captions and comments could be looked at as worrisome because of her age. Someone can look at her like an adult, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone her age has the capacity to understand the dangers that are out there in the world, especially from a small town. Investigators just know they have a lot of work ahead of them. there really is no easy way to go through everyone that she interacted with. I know it took me a whole day just to read a lot of these tweets and get an understanding of who Alexis was as a person, let alone trying to track down every single mention, every single retweet, and every single DM. And that is when investigators were working on it. To reiterate, just because someone posts sexy photos of themselves doesn't mean that they are responsible for someone else's actions or someone's perspective, the way that someone thinks when they're looking at said photos. But it does allow investigators to understand potential dangers that Alexis could have opened herself up to. Remember, criminals target certain individuals. It's easy to see when reading her tweets that she's looking for someone to love her, to make her feel special, to make her happy. So if someone can pose as all of those things, they could potentially work their way into her life and get close enough to hurt her. Her family doesn't want to see it that way. They talked about the fact that she was humble, that she didn't know she was beautiful, and that she was the type of girl who was loving, caring, and innocent. And I know someone can be all of those things and still be portraying something different on social media that can be taken as something else. We don't consider it real life until real life and social media collide. That's when it makes these experiences real. There's something else they make as a connection on her Twitter, but before I go into that, I want to go back to the other portion of this investigation that I told you was going on at the same time. We need to backtrack. As investigators are going through Alexis's Facebook messages, they find out she made plans with a guy in Lynchburg named Michael Hendricks on the night of August 3rd. They were supposed to meet up, and the two of them had been in contact for quite some time. From the content of the messages, the investigators concluded that they seemed really interested in one another, and that Alexis was eager to come see Michael. So they track Michael down. He claims Alexis never showed up. He said the last time that he talked to her was around 6 p.m. on the 3rd of August, but that she ghosted him after that. Very interesting. Well, they dig deeper, and Michael has a solid alibi for the past several days, so he's ruled out for the time being. Meanwhile, as Billy Mays is working on her Twitter account, agents are combing through each and every one of her posts to find out where Alexis spent her time. There are other investigators working on where Alexis hung out, and they pinpoint the McDonald's and the Liberty gas station as places that they need to look into and interview people who would frequent it, including the staff. It's also on her way to Lynchburg, so could she have stopped there before making her way out of town? That's their next focus. But first, on the evening of Thursday, August 8th, hundreds of people gathered to pray for her and her family in a candlelight vigil held at the football field of Nelson County High School. Everyone gathered around, they had candles in their hands, and they shared stories about Alexis. Of course, the media was there to capture everything. It started to rain, and people were just huddling under their umbrellas, continuing to sing, read scripture, and speak out loud to Alexis, saying things like, "Alexis, we love you. There are generations of love represented here, and we're gonna find you." There were also several church leaders in the crowd, encouraging everyone to hold on to their faith that Alexis would be found, and to draw strength from God, keep praying, and keep spreading the word about Alexis until somebody comes forward with information so that they could bring her home. Alexis's classmate, Ramona Bryant, passed out pink ribbons at the entrance to the field. Pink, as I said, was Alexis's favorite color, and they wore it to support her and keep her memory alive. The next morning, new information was posted on the Help Find Alexis Murphy Facebook page, and here's what they said they learned overnight. Investigators were pulling every surveillance camera along the Route 29 corridor, trying to find anything that may tell them where Alexis Murphy was and when. Her cell phone was still not active. Investigators had narrowed down a specific time frame for when her car was left at Carmike Cinemas. However, they did not release that to the media. If the search continues, officials say they will likely begin to expand their search outside of the state. They had already received tips from other states, but none of those have panned out to be anything. For now, investigators are still acting under the assumption that Alexis is in Virginia. Investigators acknowledged that they're not releasing a lot of information to the public, but they're asking everyone to please bear with them. They say they're making progress, and the case is moving in leaps and bounds. Every day, people also started passing around these posters made by IHelpSaveTheNextGirl.com, a non-profit organization formed in honor of Morgan Harrington. She was that 20-year-old Virginia Tech student I told you about who went missing after a concert in Charlottesville. Their motto is "Buddy up, stay together, stay safe." Morgan's abduction and murder prompted the beginning of Help Save the Next Girl. They exist to spread information and promote personal safety, and this organization was founded by Dan and Jill Harrington, Morgan's parents. Amanda Sinclair from Help Save the Next Girl made these posters for Alexis. They included the Help Find Alexis Murphy Facebook link, as well as a tip line and a description of Alexis.I. T also includes what she was wearing when she was last seen: a pink blouse and floral print, full-length spandex pants, brown boots, and she was carrying a dark and light-colored gray purse. Guess what? We're about to catch a glimpse of that. That's right, because while investigators were trying to pinpoint the places that Alexis may have gone on her way to Lynchburg, they ended up at that location I spoke about, the McDonald's and Liberty gas station. They decided to pull the surveillance video footage. This is when the case takes detectives in a totally new direction, because they finally catch a glimpse of Alexis Murphy. Employees at both the Liberty gas station and McDonald's knew who Alexis was. They knew her very well. She came in there every single day like many other teenagers. Not only would she come in to get something to eat or fill her car up with gas, but she hung out there. She was there for an extended period, socializing with other people. It was around 7 p.m. that the camera caught her. Her car is parked at one of the pumps, and she comes inside the store to pay for her gas. Everything seems pretty normal. She just seems to go right up to the counter, pay for the gas, and goes back to her vehicle to pump it. The last known activity from her phone is at 7:17 p.m., so they had this 17-minute window, and they were trying to figure out what happened during that time frame. They started interviewing the people who worked at both McDonald's and the Liberty gas station. People said she was happy that day. There was nothing out of the ordinary. She was smiling and being herself. But then, when her family checked out the footage, they had a different perspective on the way that they thought she looked. They said they thought she looked like she had a blank stare on her face, and that she looked very uncomfortable. But it's so hard to tell. We don't always portray exactly what we're feeling and thinking. We could be stressed. She could have been trying to get out of there as fast as possible to get to her hair appointment. You don't know you're being filmed. You're not really playing up to the camera. I know from what I've seen online, yes, she's always smiling and bubbly, but we're just catching her in a mundane act of paying for gasoline. But now they know where she was last seen. This is where they're going to concentrate. Not only that, they're going to pull all the surveillance footage from a week prior to her coming into the gas station, as well as a couple of hours into the night following that time that she was last seen. They're trying to pinpoint whether or not anyone suspicious was around, if she had any weird interactions, or if anyone stands out to them. There's also a car lot across the street, across Route 29, so they started looking through all of those cars as well, because they don't know, she could be anywhere. It's like she walked out of that gas station and disappeared. The investigators were playing this short portion of the video over and over again, probably hundreds of times, and finally, something stood out to them. It's almost like you need to look at something again and again for something very small to become something very big. When Alexis was coming into the store, a man held the door open for her as she walked inside. This is usually meant as a courtesy to help someone out, a nice little gesture, a little friendly assistance. But because this was the only real interaction between Alexis and anyone that they saw coming and going from the store in the footage, it stands out. They narrow their suspect pool down, and now they start to question the gas station cashier, the one that was there when Alexis was checking out. That clerk tells the detectives that there was some kind of conversation between Alexis and this man holding the door. According to this witness, it seemed like the two of them knew each other. But what's interesting is that this is a middle-aged man. This wasn't a young guy. This wasn't someone that Alexis would have gone to school with or hung out with on an ordinary day at Liberty gas station. He looked rough. He wasn't someone clean-cut, and he certainly didn't look like someone that she would be interested in talking to or hanging out with. He just didn't fit the profile of, let's say, someone that Alexis was going to the gas station to deliberately meet up with. The clerk adds something else. He said that this guy is familiar to him, that he comes in all the time. He recognizes him, especially by his distinctive vehicle. He drives a GMC Suburban with camo stripes on it. Now, way before you say, no, it's a Chevy Suburban, I have to correct you. GMC made a Suburban, which is now called a Yukon, back in the 80s and 90s. This is the vehicle, a GMC Suburban. This is what it looks like. It had a camouflage stripe going around the sides on the doors, very distinctive. Another thing this clerk said was that this man had a tattoo of Daffy Duck on his neck. That is something they definitely would not be able to miss. This is their #1 priority, to track this man down. So the police take screenshots from the surveillance video of both Alexis and this unidentified man who held the door open for her, and they start to go around to all the businesses in this area and start asking, have you seen this man? Do you know who he is? Because he frequents this area. They also did this in Charlottesville, because remember, that is where Alexis's dad's car was found abandoned. They actually get a hit. The place that they get this lead is none other than a local adult video store called Ultimate Bliss. An employee there says, oh yeah, I know who this guy is. He comes in all the time. The store manager goes ahead and gives investigators all of the security footage, and it turns out 45 minutes before the interaction with Alexis, this unidentified man was in that adult video store. Oh, and it was definitely him. They could see the tattoo and everything. He had stopped at the shop to get some adult movies. He got a couple of them that evening. The manager went through their transactions for that day, and they were able to give investigators a name, Randy Allen Taylor. Investigators immediately run Randy's name and get his last known address. You guys, it's only 1 mile from the Liberty gas station. It takes 4 minutes to get there. Now, if you've been here before, this is the part of the case where things start to speed up because they just pinpointed their prime suspect. They have nothing else to go on, so that's exactly who he is right now. And guess what road Randy lives off of? The 29. Investigator Mays is already heading toward that property, getting all the other agents' information so that they can meet him there. When he gets to where he thinks the property is supposed to be, he doesn't see anything. He's looking at what we're looking at on the screen. All it is just a bunch of tall grass and trees. He can't even see a driveway. He doesn't know where he's supposed to go. He finally steps right through all the brush and the grass, and he's able to see that there is a dirt driveway hidden behind all that. Lo and behold, there is the camouflage SUV. It matched the description from the clerk at the Liberty gas station. They also see that there's a broken down old camper on the property, as well as a building. But the building is an old abandoned home that nobody lives in. Investigator Mays said he felt like this was something you would see in a horror movie. But this is real life. He walks up and knocks on the camper door, and sure enough, Randy answers. Investigator Mays tells Randy why they're there. He says, I'm here about a missing girl. Her name is Alexis Murphy. She was last seen at the Liberty gas station, and he shows a picture of Alexis. Randy says he's never seen her before and that he wasn't at the Liberty gas station on August 3rd. He was basically acting like he had no idea what they were talking about. But Mays has a feeling that Randy is hiding something because they know for a fact he was definitely at the Liberty gas station. So why would he lie about that? That's when Mays decides to confront him with the fact that they have him on video holding the door open for her. His demeanor changes, and he lets them know, okay, yes, I was at the gas station. Without even asking him another question, Randy just starts to talk, and he begins to tell the investigators a story about how he met Alexis. He says he met her probably about a year ago at a local car wash he was working at the time, and he had been smoking some weed. She came up to him and made a comment about something along the lines of, "That smells really good." So when he saw her at the gas station on August 3rd, yes, he recognized her, he knew who she was, but he didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. Well, the fact that they have the surveillance video plus Randy admitting to knowing Alexis gives Mays grounds to obtain a search warrant for the camper. This is when things are going to heat up, and I'm going to tell you, I was shocked by this next part. It just blew my mind. I couldn't believe the things that I was seeing and reading and hearing about. It was too much for me to take in. It was just one thing after another. Unbelievable. Something Detective Mays points out is that once you're 5 feet back off of Route 29 toward this guy's camper, you're in the shadows. No one would know that you're there. So they leave, come back with the warrant, and Randy is waiting for them in the driveway. He's not saying anything, he's just kinda standing there. They also noticed that there's a video camera on the top of his camper, which was a little weird, as well as a spotlight on the front of his vehicle. As soon as detectives step into that camper, something catches their eye, something shiny, and it's stuck inside the carpet. They kneel down, pick it up, and realize it is a diamond stud, one single diamond stud. As they're still looking around on their hands and knees, they locate a broken fingernail that is deeply embedded into the carpet. This place is a mess. There are things everywhere, and you can't really tell what's evidence or what is trash. But they make their way to Randy's bed, and one of the pillows has a long black hair attached to it. A root of that hair was still intact, and that means that it was pulled out of the scalp by force. It also means they can find out whose hair it was with DNA. This is not good. This is horrifying already, and I'm sure you are making the connections, but there will definitely be more, and there will also be a lot of confusing aspects to this case, and questions that will go unanswered for a long time. But let me get there. The investigators have seen enough at this point. They know how crucial it is that they get a DNA analysis done on what they have just found so far. So, they actually get in touch with Quantico, the federal FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, and they let them know we need a DNA analysis rushed. The lab tells them, we can get it done in 48 hours, and that's fast. This stuff usually takes weeks, if not months. Meanwhile, the investigators leave Randy's property and head back to the Liberty gas station because they want to know if there are any other cameras on that building. They know in their minds Alexis was in that camper. Why? They have so many questions. Luckily, there is another camera, and from this other vantage point, you're not going to believe what they saw. Honestly, it still doesn't make sense to me, and there are a lot of theories about why they saw what they saw. They catch a glimpse of Randy's SUV on Route 29, going toward his property, and right behind his vehicle is the white Nissan Maxima. Directly behind him, following him, going north toward Charlottesville, not Lynchburg. Why? Why was she following him? Was she driving that car? If she was driving that car, why in the world would she be following a 48-year-old man to his property? While investigators are still waiting on those DNA results, they search around Randy's entire property. There's just all kinds of garbage and trash, mountains of trash behind his camper. It's not easy to search through. There's really high grass, and there are all kinds of ticks in there, but investigators are determined. They even brought in special canines, which was fascinating. I had never heard about this before. These types of canines literally specialize in tracking the scent of a specific glue that's used in the manufacturing process of cell phones. How insane is that? Because that was critical, they wanted to find Alexis's cell phone, thinking that could provide a lot of evidence. Did she meet up with someone? Who was she talking to last? After they brought those canines in, within just about 30 minutes, they find her phone. It's literally 70 feet from where Randy's camper is located. Unbelievable. It's completely shattered too. It's broken, and it's obvious that the phone had been broken on purpose. It's been destroyed for the most part, but they can still send that in for forensic analysis. Honestly, finding that iPhone felt almost like closing the case for them, but it isn't closed yet. I'm going to tell you that right now. This is something they knew she would always have with her. It was her lifeline. Our phones are like part of us. We really don't go anywhere without them. They had enough to arrest Randy for abduction, and when they do, Randy acts as though he's completely thrown off guard. But it's pretty obvious that Alexis wasn't there, even though they don't have that DNA match yet. They just know. But Randy has a story for them. Another story. Listen to this. He says, "Okay, I didn't want to be involved, but you're right. Alexis was here, but she wasn't alone. She was with, as he put it, some black guy. He said that she and this guy came to his camper to smoke some weed, and that's what they did. They came over, bought some weed, and then they left. He said the last time he saw Alexis, she was completely fine. She left with this black guy with dreads. They asked if he had a name, and he actually does. He says that the guy's name is Damian Bradley. They're not really sure what to think about this because they know that Randy likes to tell stories. He likes to lie. They've already caught him in a lie. But they do go through Alexis's Facebook, and sure enough, one of her friends is a man named Damian Bradley, and he lives in Nelson County. It turns out he left town right after Alexis went missing, and now he's in Alabama. That's definitely a red flag. Could something have happened between Damien and Alexis after Randy was with them smoking weed in the camper? Did Randy leave and then they stayed? They need to know more. So they track down Damien Bradley. They find out he works at the local McDonald's that's attached to the Liberty gas station. And this is a pretty big deal because we know this is where she was right before she ended up at Randy's camper. So was Damien driving that car? Also, we know Alexis loves frappes and that she's always at McDonald's. Look, she even tweets pictures of McGriddles. Well, they do get to talk to Damien. They ask him about Alexis, and he says, "You know what? Yeah, we talked. We kinda had crushes on one another. She would come in and I would see her, but I never hung out with her outside of work." They're like, "Are you sure?" That's when they tell him the story that Randy gave about his version of what happened on August 3rd. He says that's a lie. That's all a lie. Is it though? Because after all, Damien definitely fits the profile of someone that Alexis would hang out with, someone she might have trusted, someone she knew since they talked each time they saw each other on a regular basis at McDonald's. And you might be wondering what Alexis's family thinks about all this. Well, they have their thoughts. It seems like any time weed was brought up, her family would make sure to mention that Alexis was a really good girl, that she was very responsible, that she was the typical innocent, sweet teenager. But that doesn't mean that she didn't like to smoke weed. However, I completely understand the stigma that existed and still does. As a matter of fact, a post was made on the Helpline Alexis Facebook page, and it addressed this entire topic since social media is accessible to everyone, and everyone was trying to help piece things together to help solve this puzzle. They saw pictures of Alexis smoking, and they were apparently victim blaming when no one knows the facts of this case. Alexis is not on trial. She is the victim. Whether or not she did or didn't smoke, remember that victimology and victim blaming are different. Saying things like smoking weed leads to associating with the wrong people, or she should have known better, is victim blaming. However, saying something like, she liked to smoke, and this pervert most likely used this to his advantage, is acknowledging how these criminals find ways to work their way into a potential victim's life. It's like offering kids candy. Here's the post that went up on Facebook regarding this. With all the comments being released from Randy Taylor today, I want to be clear about a few things. Alexis Murphy is not on trial here. She is the victim. Analyzing her Twitter and Facebook accounts to pass judgment on what kind of person you think she may be is really unfair since she's not here to defend herself. Our main focus should be to help bring Alexis home and to bring those involved in her disappearance to justice. Thank you all for your support and prayers. What is even more important to look at, and what didn't make sense, was, if she was going to an appointment all the way in Lynchburg, why in the world would she make this random stop to hang out with Damien, someone she supposedly had never hung out with before, right before she was supposed to leave town to meet up with another guy, Michael, that she was interested in and had actually made plans with? It just doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't work for me. Plus, Damien has an alibi for August 3rd. He wasn't even at McDonald's or near the Liberty gas station. He was actually donating blood around the same time that Alexis would have been at the gas station. The whole story that Randy gave about how Damien supposedly left McDonald's while he was working to go buy or sell or smoke weed with a complete stranger really didn't make sense. That's right, Damien said he never met Randy. What detectives already know is that not only did Damien and Alexis spend a lot of time at the Liberty gas station and McDonald's, but so did Randy. That's probably where Randy saw Damien working behind the counter, and they now think that Randy's just trying to throw them off track. It's starting to look like they need to go back and look in Randy's direction. As the case becomes more widespread, other people start coming forward with tips, especially regarding Randy. One tip involves an Applebee's in Charlottesville. Someone comes forward with evidence that Randy came in on the night of August 4th around 11 p.m. He ordered a couple of beers and then left in a cab. Guess where this Applebee's was located? It was walking distance from the movie theater where the car that Alexis was driving had been found and seen on camera at 10:30. He left in a cab. What does that tell you? Well, circumstantially, it says he was the one driving that Nissan Maxima. When Alexis's Aunt Trina hears the name Randy Taylor and sees a picture of him, she's shocked because she realizes she knows who he is. He used to work at a used car lot, and she bought a car from him. Wow, I mean, it is a small town after all. But as people get word that Randy may be involved, more information starts to come out. Some people say they were very uncomfortable when they saw him at the gas station, that he would sit in his SUV just smoking and watching people for hours. Ugh. It's probably young girls that he was looking at, so gross. They do go ahead and collect a sample of DNA from Damien, just in case they want to eliminate him 100%, or just in case it turns out he really was in the camper. Speaking of DNA, you probably could have guessed this. The DNA results are back, and that was Alexis Murphy's strand of hair, the one that was found on Randy's pillow. What is going on? Well, investigators think they know. That's when they make a little unexpected drop-in back at Randy's, this time with the FBI. He definitely didn't think they were going to come back. He thought the search was over, so he hid something after they left. They end up finding the shirt that Randy was seen wearing in the Liberty gas station video, and get this, it was balled up underneath his couch. Wow, great hiding place, Randy. But I'm glad you suck at covering up evidence. When they unroll this balled-up t-shirt, a track of hair extensions falls out along with 2 false eyelashes. But the worst part was all the blood. The shirt was covered in it. So unbelievable. At this point, authorities really want to up the charge from abduction to murder after everything they found. Through experience, they believe that, sadly, this is not a case where Alexis was taken and got away, or was released. The extensions were pulled from her scalp. They did not just fall out. The broken nail, the nose ring, all of those things had to come off Alexis in a struggle. The problem is Alexis's family is holding on to the hope that she will turn up. A murder charge solidifies their worst fear. She is dead. Plus, they haven't found a body. Usually we hear, no body, no crime. But that is not how the prosecutor saw things. There were cases that had been tried in Virginia without a body being discovered, like the Stephen Epperly case. However, the prosecutor would need to sit down with Alexis's family and tell them that he didn't think she was alive and that they would agree to charge Randy with murder. I mean, her items with her DNA were found at this random stranger's house. She hasn't made contact with her family, and her phone is completely smashed. We know that's her lifeline. Not only did she miss a date with a guy she had been planning to meet up with in Lynchburg that night, but she also missed a very important hair appointment for her senior photos. This wasn't like Alexis. They had to convince her family that she was dead, which was critical to get the family on board. This wasn't just a legal issue. They were worried about not getting the family on board. How are you going to charge someone with murder if the family is still adamant that she's alive? It was more about how this would affect the trial. If the family was still out there holding vigils and saying she was going to come back, then they wouldn't be convinced that Randy killed her. That built in doubt before the trial even started. If a jury thinks that Alexis's own family doesn't believe she's dead, why would they convict this man? They had to come up with a plan. They said, why not offer Randy a deal? Tell him if he can show us where the body is, we won't give him life in prison. We'll take that off the table and we'll give him 20 years. That was a really hard deal for them to make, but at the same time, I can understand that the most important thing is to bring Alexis home, dead or alive. So the family agrees, and they present this offer to Randy. You can't believe what he says. Give me 10 years, and I'll tell you where she is. He had been sitting there saying he was innocent, so why is he acting like he now knows where she is if he didn't kill her? There's so much more to this, so don't leave, because I want you to find out what happens next. Randy's trial was set for May 2014, and meanwhile, the search was still on. Evidence was still being collected from Randy's property. Remember that abandoned building? They go inside and find this weird scrapbook that truly gives them a glimpse into the wicked and perverted mind of Randy Taylor. There are all these cutouts of women with no clothes on, and their faces are cut out of the pictures, with another person's face pasted on top. Guess whose face it is? Not Alexis's, but the daughter of one of Randy's co-workers. He is sick. Still, Randy is steadfast in his innocence. Well, remember Samantha Clark? I briefly mentioned that she lived close to Charlottesville back in 2010. She was 19 and lived at home with her parents and little brother. She was home until midnight when she was apparently picked up by someone. Remember this, she told her brother she was going out and would be back the next morning. Just like Alexis's mom, Samantha's mom worked the night shift and didn't come back until the next morning. Samantha never returned. She left behind a pair of her pajamas on the bed and took her house key. She didn't have a cell phone, so they weren't able to track her. Guess what? She was friends with Randy Taylor. He was the prime suspect in her case, and investigators from her case had been in Livingston this whole time, working to determine whether there were any connections between her case and Alexis's. Samantha had started to hang out with a new group of friends the week prior to her disappearance, and one of those new friends was the then 45-year-old Randy Taylor. It was said that he would throw parties and invite young people to come over to smoke and drink and hang out. Through phone records, Randy Taylor was the last person who had contact with Samantha Clark. He called Samantha's house 6 times the night that she went missing. He even admits that he was the last person to see her, but he claims he's not responsible for her going missing. Really? While all this is going on, the girls' volleyball team at Nelson County High School began their fall season without Alexis. They wore pink ribbons in their hair with her name and her jersey number. It was touching. It was a waiting game. May 1st, 2014 was the first day of Randy's trial, and still no Alexis. The search hasn't stopped. Facebook and other social media pages were still buzzing almost every day with info to keep Alexis on everyone's mind. The prosecution has a theory about what they think happened. They believe Randy enticed Alexis, just like he had done to other teens in the past, with the promise of selling her some weed. He may have shown her some, which is where he could have pulled in that line she said about how it smelled really good, like it was good quality. That type of thing could have happened that day, not a year ago at some car wash, because lies and the truth blend. His house was only 4 minutes away, and he could have used that to say, "You know what? It'll be really fast. I only live a mile away." They don't think anyone else was driving her car to his place, but they believed that once she arrived, she was either forced into his camper or she went in to retrieve the weed. Either way, they think he became physical with her and ultimately forced himself on her, ending her life in that altercation. They believe he kept her body there on Saturday until he figured out what to do next. Then, on Sunday night, he took her to wherever he hid her and drove her car to Charlottesville, dumping it in the movie theater parking lot before taking a cab back to his house. Alexis's family doesn't believe this version of events. They insist there's no way Alexis would have willingly driven out to his property. They think she was somehow forced there. During the opening argument, prosecutor Anthony Martin used the evidence they found to paint a gruesome picture of what transpired in that camper. The defense countered this by suggesting the police planted the hair extensions and other items to pin the crime on Randy, who was already the suspect in several other disappearances. During the opening argument, prosecutor Anthony Martin used the evidence they found to paint a gruesome picture of what transpired in that camper. Yes, there was no body, but Anthony Martin argued, let's not reward a person by not convicting them just because they did a good job hiding the body. I completely agree. After a 5-day trial, just a few hours passed in jury deliberations before 5 men and 7 women found Randy Taylor guilty. As the jury was walking out, Randy stood up and shouted, "I'll take the original deal of 20 years and tell you where she is." But it was too late. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences. Yet he maintains he had nothing to do with Alexis's disappearance. But something else happens that makes prosecutors think they may have convicted the wrong guy. They suspect that Randy might have been telling the truth. Just 2 months later, police arrested a black man with dreadlocks. Recall Randy's description of the guy who he claimed came with Alexis to his camper? This man, Jesse Matthew, was a suspected serial killer linked to the cases of 2 other girls, Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington. Morgan went missing after a concert in 2009 in Charlottesville. Her skeletonized body was found a few months later on farmland 6 miles away from the concert venue. Hannah Graham went missing in 2014, shortly after Alexis. It turns out, Jesse admitted he was the one who killed Hannah. The last time her friends heard from her was in a text message around 1 a.m. on September 13, 2014. She told her friends she was on her way to a party in Charlottesville but got lost. She was never heard from again. Authorities pulled surveillance video and found that Hannah was at a restaurant called Tempo in Charlottesville with Jesse Matthew, who was 32 years old at the time. A witness at the restaurant reported seeing Jesse holding on to Hannah, who appeared to be very intoxicated. Another witness in the parking lot heard Hannah say, I'm not getting in the car with you. Jesse had already been accused of forcing himself on women at 2 separate colleges he attended in Virginia, Liberty University and Christopher Newport University. He left both schools after those allegations. They connected Jesse to Morgan Harrington through forensic evidence taken back in 2009, which matched Jesse Matthew. It turns out Jesse interacted with Morgan the night she went missing. Hannah and Morgan's remains were found only 5 miles apart. Jesse Matthew pleaded guilty to the murders of Morgan and Hannah, and now Randy's defense attorney wants the state to look into Jesse as the person really responsible for Alexis's disappearance. They ran Jesse's DNA against the evidence in Alexis's case and ruled him out, but Randy appealed his conviction, which was denied. However, the case doesn't end there. 7 years later, on December 3, 2020, a body was discovered on private property off Stage Bridge Road along Route 29 in Lovingston, Virginia. At the time, this location wasn't announced to the public, but it was only a 2-minute drive from Randy's property. It wasn't until 2 months later, on February 5, 2021, that they identified the body as belonging to Alexis Murphy. On the Help Find Alexis Murphy Facebook page, a post went up on February 18th, reading, "There are approximately 3,679,200 minutes in 7 years. Alexis has been missed. In each of them, we have spent grieving the unknown and her presence while simultaneously trying to continue to find joy in life. While in many ways we are just truly beginning to start the grieving process, we also realize this means we can begin celebrating who Alexis was and the incredible impact she had on each of us in life and in death." Alexis's family also released a statement about her. "Our family is so grateful for the continuing love, support, and prayers for Alexis and our family over the past 7 years. While we have been grieving the loss of Alexis since 2013, we remained hopeful that she would be found alive and well. Alexis was the fashionista, athlete, and joker of our family. We were blessed to have loved her for 17 years, and her memory will continue to live on through all of us. Our family would like to extend heartfelt thanks and sincere gratitude to the citizens of Nelson County, the FBI, the Virginia State Police, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, and all the search and rescue teams for your commitment and unwavering support to find Alexis. You all kept the promise made in 2013 to bring Alexis home." The family added that during this difficult time for everyone, we should lift our family up in prayer and, in the words of Alexis, keep hope alive. A memorial service was held for Alexis on what would have been her 25th birthday. Her aunt Trina had this to say, "My niece was beautiful and humble. She was abducted from a small rural town in Virginia in the middle of the day with daylight still outside. I hope young people and their parents watching will be more cautious and more aware of their surroundings. Pay close attention to your children. You can never be too careful." It's true, this can happen to anyone. Please be careful. You never know who could be watching you or your innocent children.